Alrighty. Google My Business, local business marketing. That's the topic today. Google My Business, how you can use Google My Business for your local business marketing. All right, then. So, first and foremost, my name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business, local business marketing video, what I want to share with you is the best of the last few weeks. I went out and picked out some of the best local business marketing for Google My Business videos. I wanted to go ahead and put them together. What we're gearing up for is 100 video rush. What I'm planning on doing is going to be something special, so please get your questions in. I need 100 topics, as many questions as you have. Put them in so I can generate. I want to answer all of your questions by making and creating videos for you, tutorials just for my audience. So, Google My Business, local business marketing. I hope you love this video. If you have questions, put them in. I will make a video for you. I love you. Thank you all for joining me, and I hope that you enjoy the stream. Alrighty then. So you've purchased a citation package. Inside of this citation package, it includes, but not limited to, the most relevant local citations. If you're in the US, sites like Yelp and Monta. It includes the most relevant. They could also be niche specific. But also included in these larger packages are the types of citations that are distributed on non-US based or perhaps foreign websites. So the question that I want to answer in today's video is regarding foreign local citation building. Is it worth it? Is it helpful? And is it hurtful? So these are the three questions that I really want to give you the answer by the end of this video. So of course, I don't want to waste any time. Let's get directly into the information. So first and foremost, if you're just looking for a quick answer, the answer is no. It's not going to hurt you. Now, when doing SEO, the O stands for optimization or optimal. Is it the most optimal? No. But I want you to refer back to backlink building. When we're looking at backlinks, regardless of the niche, all right, regardless of whatever niche you're in, if we're doing backlink building, and say you're a plumber in Texas, okay, let's just use this as an example, a plumber in Texas. All right, I know we're talking about citations, but a citation is a name, address, phone number, right? A NAP, along with a website, a description, a URL, and some keywords that are built within. So with that being said, let's just take a look at this top performing website, not the .gov, but let's go right down here to the Plumbing Center. Let's just take, for instance, if I do a copy of this, I bring this website in, this particular page, we're going to go down to the actual root so we can take a look at the overall what's powering up this website. If we take a look down here at the backlinks, and again, a citation is a form of a link. I know the primary of the citation is the name, address, phone number, Adam? But there is generally a URL built within. Yes, there are usually no follow, but some are do follow. And I think that this is where that question is coming from. Hey, I'm getting links from random places. Is this going to hurt me? And the point that I'm trying to make here is here's a plumber in Texas ranking at the top of class, #1 in a big state, the biggest state, I think, in the United States. And if we take a look here at their backlink profiles here, we'll take a look at the backlink analytics. Just stick with me here. Bear with me here. I want to get to the point. I wanted to do this fresh while you were here with me. But if we take a look here at the backlinks, and we're taking a look at the backlink profiles, or even better yet, let's take a look at the referring domains, and we take a look down the list of referring domains. Yes, a majority is United States, which makes sense. We're in the United States. But this is Germany. This is not US. As we keep scrolling down here, we can take a look here. Here's Indonesia. This one probably, again, these are probably non-US. And as we keep scrolling down here, here's another one, Germany. Here's another here, Indonesia. And the list will probably go on. And in different states, it'll have different profiles. But the point and the fact that I'm trying to make here is that regardless of where you are or what kind of link building or citation building you're receiving, the top performers
don't only have one particular type of IP range coming in from a very particular type of country. So are these citations going to hurt your overall campaign? Absolutely not. But let's start talking about implied links. So an implied link goes back to a Panda patent, which was a Google patent, a core patent update, where Panda, which was the creator of the Panda patent, came up with something called an implied link. Implied link is much like a co-citation. So the point I'm trying to make here, giving you this patent here, and you can read about implied links in the Panda patent, I'm sure you already have, but feel free to go ahead and have a look here. And I'm sure this hasn't been updated, but they've built on top of these patents and the way they analyze them, the way they do things. And I'm pointing this out because at a certain point of your SEO campaigns, whether you're building backlinks, citations, press releases, if you're building links, at a certain point, you just want to keep adding links to the pile. More importantly, you want to be adding implied links or co-citation. Just the simple fact of having a mass amount of websites repeating your name, address, phone number, an implied link, a co-citation consistently and persistently across the web. Then you add it to data aggregation. Regardless of where this comes from, it cannot hurt. It only helps. And in most cases, these links are considered no follow. These links a lot of times won't even have a URL. It'll just be name, address, phone number. So the next time you get a package and it contains, if you're in the US, it has Indonesian or German or Brazil or India or different types of citations built within the package, don't look at this as a bad thing. Look at this as a good thing. This is a better way, a cheaper way, an added way to get out your name, address, phone number. On top of that, have a great read regarding implied links, co-citation building, brand mentions. Having these instances, digital references on the web at scale is only a plus, never a negative for your business. Now, I wouldn't just only rely on this for powering your website, but it certainly won't hinder it. My name's Chris Palmer. If you have any future questions related to foreign SEO, local SEO citations, or anything local search engine optimization related, feel free to go ahead and ask in the section below. And I always look forward to seeing you in the next foreign SEO local citation building video. I'll see you in the next one. In today's Google Maps citation video, I want to share with you the right way to do Google Maps citations, the wrong way of Google Maps citations, and how I know what's right and wrong. And also, I want to share with you how business owners are getting these two things confused. So my name is Chris Palmer. Let's not waste any time. Let's get directly into the information. So first and foremost, there's a massive difference between Google Maps citations and citations for Google, all right? Now, here's a list here, top 50 citations in the United States. These are your regular citations for your business, okay? So that's one thing. Now, your My Maps or Google Maps citations are these particular types of citations that are created utilizing My Maps. Now, as you can see, there are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of customers, business owners just like you, buying these services, and you're actually doing yourself a disservice. There's a reason why the cost is so low, because there's automated tools to create these massive circles like this, and the value is not in having the depth, all right? As you can see here, I went in here and just did this really fast for this video. You make your original step, you make your original My Map, okay? This is a Google Maps citation. You then create layers, much like I did here. So let's zoom into here. I want to share this with you really briefly here. You then create the layers, okay? Now, as I create more pins, look at, there's 1, 2, 3 layers, you're going down. This is how they're making that circular effect. They're creating depth and relevance. But how I want to share with you how you know this is wrong, and the value is not creating depth. It's by creating multiple My Maps based on a keyword. And the reason I know that this type of service is wrong, not only do I know from testing that it doesn't push any power,
But I also know because Google does not see all of that depth. Google doesn't see how many of these you put in. They're only counting the one for one keyword. So the power isn't creating depth. The power is by creating one on a variation or a primary keyword. Let me give you an example. If I'm searching for whatever I'm searching for, let's just say it's Duke. Duke lost and found locations. Okay, and then I'll just to make it faster, I'll put my maps in there. Now, as you can see here, when it gets listed inside of Google, when Google indexes it, they index it and give credit based on one keyword. And it's not just any willy-nilly keyword, it's the one that you made the actual map on. As you can see here, Duke lost and found locations. Look at all this depth that they added. None of this is accredited. It's based off the main map title and what you made that map on, okay? Let me give you another example. If we were to go to 50 states backpacking project. Let's just take a look at this. 50 states backpacking project. I'm going to do Control F. Google Maps. Oh, let's type that in here. Okay, let's just take a look here. So again, 50 states backpacking project. When I go over to it, there's depth here. It talks about it in other states, but it's only giving credit based on the actual title. So let's break these down. How do I know that making them not very big depth, making them large, like making one large, is wrong? How do I know that's wrong? Because Google only indexes it on one keyword that's inside of the title. All right, so in creating these very large, highly in-depth for $5, the value is only based on the one keyword that you put up here for the name of the map. It's 50 states backpacking project. Whatever the title of the main map, that's how you're getting the credit. And how do I know this? Because when you go on Google, you're only getting credit for the keyword that's in the main map. Aside from this, when business owners are getting it misinterpreting the Google Maps, just like here, if you take a look at this, I did Google Maps citations. You have all these types, but then you'll have somebody, and I don't know who this is, but it looks like they're doing a good job. They have 1,200 live Google Maps citations. If you read inside of here, you can see that they're actually doing 200 actual citations, not the pins. All right? So the meaning of this video is Google Maps citations. What's the right way to do them? What's the wrong way to do them? How do I know? And how are customers interpreting it wrongly? That's what I've covered in today's video. I hope that this helps you out. If you're going to do the My Maps citations, the Google My Maps citations, create one. Don't go after big, broad keywords. Go after your long tail keywords. These My Maps get indexed. These My Maps pass power. These My Maps are still relevant in 2021, but it's only based off of one keyword. Don't just put SEO in here and think you're going to get it to rank. But if you do a long tail phrase keyword that only has 10 volume, the chances of you getting it in there are pretty high. My name's Chris Palmer. If you have any other questions related to Google Maps citations, Google citations, or just citations, anything, feel free, go ahead, ask me in the comments, and I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google Maps citations video. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business categories list video, what I want to go ahead and share with you is, yes, the complimentary list you can go and get free of 4,055 categories, but more importantly, I'm going to walk through these categories one by one with you right now, and I'm going to cover a couple of things. What I'm going to cover is going to be what are the easiest for instant verification. 2, which ones are going to be the hardest? Which ones are spammed to absolute oblivion? I'm also going to go through how hard they are. Are they medium? Have I worked with them before? Is it easy to rank? Is it hard to rank? Can I get instant verification? Is it good for lead gen? Is there money there? Right? All the things that matter. I'm going to walk through this, make it fun, but at the end of the day, what I want to give you is this complete list. Also give you some insight if you're deciding to move into the Google My Business space. You know, what are you looking for? What's hard? What's not? So let's not waste time.
let's get right into it. So the very first thing is this. You can go to seo.chrispalmermarketing.com/Google My Business categories list, or come right over to the website, go to my seo.chrispalmermarketing.com, go to giveaway, and then look for the photo right here and get your list. Now, let's start going through this list. Now, the first thing that I want to point out, all right, is this. The more the obscurity, all right, this will be tip 1 weaved into this video. The more the obscure the particular niche is, the category is, the easier it will be for your instant verifications. Yes, you can go ahead and verify in a less spammy category. And yes, you could change it, but the chances of triggering a re-verification are very high. So what you can tend to do is you can verify within a particular category and then make it your second category. Then after a long period of time, 60, 90 days, then once you build up some more trust and your spam score goes down, what you'll start to realize is that maybe you could make some other prominent changes to NAP/category details. So that's tip number 1, is depending on the category is going to greatly impact your ability to go ahead and do text verification or instant verification. All right. Tip number 2, I just mentioned this. So it's spam score, depending on your niche. All right. So as we go through this list here, I'm going to point out, is it hard? Is it easy? Is it good for rank and rent? Is it good for lead generation? Have I worked in it before? Was it easy? Was it hard? Right. I'm going to go through what I've done, what I haven't, and try to give as much insight as possible here. But what I really want to say is this, the more the obscure, the easier it is for verification. Also, spam score greatly impacts your ability to get instant verification. So spam score is going to be determined by, hey, what's the Gmail account? What kind of account are you using? What's the category? What's the phone number attached? What's the website that's attached? There's a magnitude of processes that are happening. If you come over here, I'll point this out to you. I'll give you another helpful tip. I know this isn't a verification video, but hey, let me give you what I can here. If you take a look at any business, right? So come on over here and do, let's just say plumber. Okay, so plumber, New York. All right. So let's just utilize this as a tip. If you come inside of here, what you're going to see is this. So once you come inside, or I'm sorry, you're going to do Google My Business, sign up. Okay. And I'm not going to give it to you on a silver platter, but what you can find out is you can see a lot of these checks. So watch this. So as you come inside of here, we'll get started. You come into your categories, but if you take a look here and you go in here to inspect and you come up here to your sources, all right? Inside of your sources, if you take a look inside of here, oh, let's make sure we do one here. If you come inside of here, what you're going to see is some of the scripts that are being ran. All right, let me just find the one that you're looking for. There's some very particular and very interesting verification processes that are happening. All right. So what I would do is I would take your time and take a look at some of these verification processes because if you read through the code, what you'll see is there's some companies and some URLs that are attached. Once you can see those companies, then you can do further investigation to figure out, well, what were they working on? What are they checking? As a massive tip for you, they are checking the site that's connected. All right. But if you take a look through here, what you'll find is they have a verification. All right. I'm not going to waste too much more time on this, but have your look through the code. Take a look at the verification inside of here, and what you will find will be very interesting. What's attached, the URLs that it goes to, who wrote the scripts, who wrote the code, what other stuff have they done, what are they looking at, more importantly. But let's get back on track here. So that's another helpful tip to you, though. So that's a tip number 2 mixed into this video. 3 is that spam score. There is a spam score. It all starts with NAP. What's the phone number? What's the Gmail account or the account that you're setting up? What's the industry? What's the niche? What's the category? What other categories are you doing? Where is it located? What other businesses are there? Is there any other businesses there? Do you have any other accounts under this particular account? Categories are massive in this, but spam score is what holds them all in the container. All right. I think it's a checkbox. It's a service verification process. All right. Let's keep moving on. So with all that said, let's start going through here. I won't go through all 4,055 categories, but what I will do for you is I'm going to start from the very bottom and we're going to go through here briefly. All right. Ones that I've worked in, ones that I know are hard. So yoga studios I've done in the past, I'd say that's about a medium level. All right. Yoga instructors, same thing, medium. They're not ultra spammed out, but you will run into some trouble depending on where you're going. I've done yachts, right? I've done yacht companies in the Hamptons, amongst other places. It's not the easiest niche. Let's keep going here. Wine, woman's store. So treatment, Wi-Fi spots. Oh, Wi-Fi spots were great. Do you remember for getting a whole bunch of citations? If you give availability for citations, or if you give availability for Wi-Fi, you can sign up at a whole boatload of websites to get citations. I learned this from a guy. I forget his name off the top of my head, but I thought it was really clever. I did it back probably 4 years ago by now. But it was a really cool little tactic. But in any case, Wi-Fi hotspots are really interesting. It's always a good addition to add to a GMB is what I'm getting at. It opens you up to a whole plethora of citations and stuff. It's really neat. So in any case, just wanted to point that out. I'm just going through the list here. Wheelchair stores. I have done beds and things in that type of industry. I don't want to make this too long. My main objective was to cover some tips, point out some spammy niches, ones maybe I'd steer away from, maybe also talk about spam score, the categories. I just wanted to give as much information as I possibly could here. But let's keep going through here. Car dealers, you will find trouble. There's little variables. There's different types of cars. If you're a car dealer and you specialize in one type, it's definitely better to niche down as your primary category. You'll have a lot easier success with not only ranking, but also verification. All right. So I've had some, because if you come up here to the top, what you'll see, or if you just come through here like ABC, I don't know if Chevy has one, I forget. Like say Chevy or Ford dealer. But let's keep going through here. I don't want to make this video too long. My objective was to give the list, give as much information as possible. I want to look for the worst niches that I've been in. Divorce lawyer, that's very hard. I've worked in that niche. That's very difficult. Coming down the list, doctor, Dodge dealer. See here's Dodge. So that's one instance for you car dealers out there. Niche it down. Make your primary niche down. Pick a car, whatever's the best. Go for that. You'll have so much better success ranking. Dude, trust me on this. All right, keep going on this. Dog breeder, dog cafe, dog walker, dog trainer. Never did anything in that particular industry. Donut shop. I did one in Luzerne, Pennsylvania. Worked with them. It was super easy. I walked right through that. Super easy. They've been in business forever. It was not hard at all. Drugstores, same exact thing. So here we go, contractors. So these contractor types and these abbreviations, right? So general contractor and contracting is definitely a lead generation. You will run into more trouble. The broader you go, not only the higher the competition, but the higher the spam score. So again, this goes with drywall contractor. It's a specific type of contractor. It's still considered a spammy type niche. However, I think that you'll have a lot better success ranking and also verifying. All right, so we'll just keep going down the list here. I'll just point out a couple more, but again, you can look at the list. You can make your decisions. This is another massive point that I want to give you. Niche down. Niche it down. If you're in a big primary that you know is spammy, you can niche it down. You can find a lot easier success ranking, staying ranked, less competition, and the spam score is way lower, you might even get lucky verifying. So I'm not going to spend any more time. I wanted to give those tips about spam score, niching down. I also wanted to give the tips on as far as, hey, here's the list, here's where you can go and get it, places I've worked in, things that I've done. I just wanted to give as much value as possible. My name's Chris Palmer. If you want the list, you know where it's at. It's at SEO Chris Palmer Marketing. It's on the giveaway page. If you have any questions about this video, any other video, if there's anything that I can help you with, ask in the section below. And I look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business categories video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there. My name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business CID URL link video, I want to go ahead and shed some light on the CID and Maps URL machine code link building. I want to shed some light on this. I want to give you the answers that will help your business. And first and foremost, I want to thank you, Jim, for asking this question. If anyone else has questions that you want me to make a video on, ask them below. But Jim says, Chris, and this is a question I get so much, and I need to clarify this because it's very important. You'll have people out there that are hurting themselves potentially by sending massive amounts of links to these particular URLs. So Jim says, Chris, when you're trying to rank your GMB higher, do you link to the Google Maps URL, the CID URL, or both? And this is a great question. You know, I'll see videos or I'll see content or, you know, new SEOs coming out with content and they're talking about building links to these properties, but by building, first and foremost, by building massive amounts of links to these particular URLs, this will hinder your performance. It's unnatural to be building massive amounts of links to these particular properties. I want you to think to yourself, Google gives you share links, Google gives you maps links, Google gives you also share links. Now, if you're thinking about how to get a boost for your listing and where I think the misconception comes in is that more is not better. Just like with your link building, if I'm going to create either a machine code string or utilize a CID link or utilize a MREID link or maybe a combination of both, and for anyone out there that's curious about what a CID is, this is a customer identification number, all right? A customer identification number can be found utilizing a plethora of different tools. I've showcased plepper.com on my channel before. I'm not affiliated. It's just a site where you can find your CID quite easily. It will take the hex code and get it for you. The machine readable entity ID, I've shown you how to get that out of your listing, so you can check my other videos for that. So just to clarify what it is if you're curious. So first, right off the bat, do not build massive amounts of links. The second thing is where I think the misconception and where I want to shed the light to is on this point here. You know, it's not that you want to build a massive amount of links to these particular URLs. What we need to be concentrating on is utilizing multiple types of share links, the multiple amounts of links that can be generated from our Google My Business, Google Maps listings, and putting them into authoritative places. Much like when you're building backlinks to your website, more is not better. Lower amounts on highly relevant, or more importantly, highly topical, high authority websites. Create your CID link. Create your CID plus machinable readable entity ID link. Combine those. Your get directions link. All of these different types of links, by placing them on authoritative domains and driving traffic through them to your properties, this is where the edge is. It's not that building, if I have my GMB property, all right, so I have my GMB. I want to put this onto perhaps maybe a Facebook page. Okay, so maybe Facebook, maybe Reddit, okay? Natural places where I can generate traffic. If I can push traffic through these links, then I can get a boost, regardless of how you're doing this. It's not that the actual link, the building, the act of building the backlink and doing that at scale is helpful. It's not. It's where can I strategically place these URLs and all different types, not just the CID, not just the maps, not just the shortcode, but any variation of. How many types of links can I put out into the world that are on authoritative sources that I can push traffic through and show interest to my business and that I care about that listing? If I can show importance to my listing and I can generate referral traffic from authority sources onto my property, then, to answer your question, Jim, then I can get a boost. So focus on high authoritative domains that are ideally most relevant and focus on getting traffic from those URLs through to your listing. Do not focus on, purchasing or buying or creating massive amounts of links. Backlinks are a demotion for the listing, not a promotion. But by simply utilizing 1, 2, 3, one of each type in different strategic places, high authoritative domains that are topically relevant to your cause, to your business, and then sending traffic through there to your listing, and then they're clicking through, maybe doing a call, maybe visiting the website then. That is how you get yourself a boost. So my name is Chris Palmer. If you have any future questions related to Google My Business, CID, customer identification numbers, if you want me to clarify anything else about GMB or Google Maps, feel free, go ahead and ask in the section below. And I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business CID URL link video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business SEO video, I want to share with you on how you can start getting more enhancements inside of Google Maps. Now, what I mean by enhancements is generally Google shows two separate types of enhancements. One is what I'm showcasing here is the review enhancement, where Google is pulling out reviews and information and showing it as an enhancement within the SERP. So I've gone ahead and I've pulled this out as a random review that has been pulled out from this actual SERP here. So when you search for a keyword, this is what it looks like. When you scroll on down, you can see that they're pulling out reviews. Now, what I want to cover with you now is how you can start getting this enhancement. On top of that, how you can add better optimization to your pages by understanding what Google is looking for in order to show this enhancement. So that's really what I want to break down. Let's not waste any time. Let me share with you how Google is thinking about this. Because if we can understand that, then we can start putting other pieces together when we're forming our pages and optimizing our listings. All right, so let's get right into it. The very first thing here is going to be, and let's just bring this out, is going to be that one, is going to be links going to your review pop out. All right. So reviews to the pop out is going to be number one. Number two is Google is reading, okay, embeds, okay? Google is reading the embeds in order to showcase these particular results, all right? So one is going to be links going to your review pop-out. I've seen this countless times. I'll show you some examples here momentarily. Two is Google is reading embeds. The third one is the written reviews on page, so the literal words on the page are another way for them to pop out. And four, the information, or how about this? Review details need to start on homepage. Okay? All right, so that's going to be the four ways that you can actually start getting this to pop out. So the links are actually going to the review. So let me go ahead and just show you some examples of what I mean by a link pop out and what this looks like. All right, so first and foremost, this one is going to be, and then here's the last but not least. All right, so let's get rid of this.
Let's do the last but not least is number 5 is links to internal data, okay? And that'll be a secret hack, I guess, if you want to call it that. All right, so we're going to do number 1, links going to review pop out. All right, so let me go ahead and share this with you. All right, so let's get rid of this. So the review pop out, if we take a look at this particular map here, what we're going to do is go to Locksmith, Denver. Okay, and I'll go ahead and share this with you, this example here. All right, so Locksmith, Denver. If you scroll on down, this is the #1 ranker for Locksmith, Denver. If you scroll down to this particular element here and you click on it, it's going to take you to the review pop out. So this is a review pop out. A lot of top rankers, top performers are utilizing just a simple link that's going to a pop out. Number 2. Number 2 is, let's go back to the drawing board here. Number 2 is Google is reading embeds. All right. So if we take a look at pretty much any other where there's a review, okay. So let's just come over here. Let's go to the embeds. So we can stay with Locksmith, Denver. Number 2 ranker, let's go to best maps in town. So if we scroll on down, this is the .net. So here's another one where we actually have the embed, and as you can see, this is a different embed than if we go here. Let me show you this, all right, because the embeds are being read. So this is another way to get enhancements popped up, and this has also given us insight on the power of embeds. So let's go to this one here, all right, and I'll show you these 2 different types. So you have, let me see here. Bear with me here. So we have the actual, so here's one example of the review embed, and it's showcasing, okay? So highly recommended. It's showcasing based on the actual review embed. It's that map embed that has the review token. And then here's the second one. Here, we'll get rid of this one. We'll go back over to here. And then as you can see, we'll have another embed here where it's showcasing the review token. They're literally crawling over and grabbing that. It's giving you an enhancement within the SERP that's pulling it. That's where they're getting the details from. So this is massive insight, not just for just implementing and trying to get the enhancement, but understanding that they're looking at these things and everything is initiating from the homepage. So on top of that, let me show you one other example here of this here. So what we'll do is real estate agent Tampa. I'm going to show you that it's also reading other types of embeds. So I'll show you an example here. So if you come over here to this website here, these are just examples. I don't know who these people are. I only know one website that I've ever been on that will be inside of this presentation. So if this is your site, I'm just showing it off. This is really cool that you're able to do this. So as you can see here, this particular website is getting a review enhancement based on embeds that are done here. Okay, so as you can see here, the review is being pulled from one of these embeds that are it's embedded from IG. So that's quite interesting. Okay, that looks like a slider embed that actually has this particular link inside of it. So that's very interesting. That shows the embed. And then last but not least, to get this enhancement is literally having it written on the page. All right, and if we just come over to here and we scroll on down, let's come into here. I think this is the site that has it literally written on the page. Here's another embed. It's shown on the page. So that's one juicy little way. And I think that brings us to the last but not least. I want to show you this. is going to be another example that it doesn't have to be literally on the web page, whether it's written, whether it's embedded, whether it's a link going, but it could also be on the same website, but it all needs to initiate from the homepage, much like all the examples that we just did. Let me show you this example from a site that I used to work on. So if we come over here to, what is it? Window installation Virginia. Okay. If you come on down to, well, here's this one here, the installer here, new Windows installed properly. So that's one. Let's just go over to this website and see how they're implementing it. Do they have written? Is it an embed or is it a secondary? So let's scroll on down and see how they are getting this. So this one is literally written on the page. Okay, so there's that example. And then now let's show you one more example here. If you scroll on down to, say, where is that guy? What's his name? So if you come down here to Energy Windows, this is a site we worked on. We don't currently play with this guy anymore. But if you take a look here, this is another one where it could be on the site. It's initiating from the homepage, but they're embedded within a PDF file, which is being read. All right, so come over to here. We click on this, and then you can take a look. All right, so we'll click on this here, and it'll bring us over. And as you can see, it's being read based on this PDF that's within the subfolders of this website. All right, so this is going to be Google My Business SEO optimization for review enhancements. This is giving us insights into how Google is understanding, crawling, viewing, and showcasing our websites. As a brief rundown here, embeds are being read. The homepage is very, very important. The written word on the page is important. On top of that, we know that co-occurring keywords or LSI words are more important than any other. And the reason for this is because relevance plays a massive part, and we know this because Google sorts reviews based on relevance. And if you take a look at a lot of websites, they'll only have the actual keyword 1 or 2 times, but they have all of the other co-occurring keywords. All right, so this is going to wrap up this GMB SEO optimization video. If you have any questions related to Google My Business or Google Maps, feel free to ask in the comments below, and I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business, Google Maps SEO optimization video. Have a wonderful day. In this video, I'm going to share with you a powerful hack that is correlated strongly with the top performers in Google Maps and Google My Business. So first and foremost, I will answer this particular question for Peter, but before I get into that, I want to go ahead and cover my Google My Business training, the process. It's going to be live. I call it the process. Now, the process is step by step. How do you rank a entity, a property quickly, or at least faster, or in the top positions, much like I just did for SEO Consulting New York. SEO Consulting New York is a relatively high competition area for SEO. So what I want to do is I want to give you a brief tour of this, and then I'm going to answer Peter's question. All right, so first and foremost, let me go ahead and share this with you. So we're in incognito. Let's go out here to Google. What we're looking for is we're looking for New York, or let's do SEO Consulting New York. All right, so SEO Consulting New York. As you can see, we have first position, but let's not stop there. Let's go back out to Google, and we're going to do NYC SEO Consulting. Let's see if we're in there for that. As you can see here, first position. If we click on the website, brings us right over to here. Let's do one more. We'll close these out. We're going to open up another incognito tab. We're going to go to Google, and we're going to go to New York SEO Consulting. All right, we're not winning that particular one. All right, but we are winning SEO Consulting New York. Now, if you want to learn how I do this, if you want to learn the process, if you want to take yourself from intermediate to a professional, to an expert,
All right. I'm having a live training. Sign up here on this page. It's seo.chrispalmermarketing.com/Google My Business SEO training. If you want to learn how I did that and how I did that in less than 4 weeks, sign up for this training. It's going to be live. As you can see here, it'll be a live training. Prepared to be there for at least 8 hours. It's going to be an in-depth GMB training with me live. On top of that, if you're a true beginner, please don't sign up. And last but not least, if you're a true 100% white hat, please, it might not be for you. So with that out of the way, let's divert our attention to Peter's question. Now, I have a powerful local SEO hack, a tip that I want to give to you today. It's a 2-part tip. You're going to absolutely love it. And I'm going to answer your question here, Peter, what you have here. So let's talk about this. Peter says, I've embedded maps into my website, but it doesn't show the reviews. How do you do this? Thanks, Chris. Now, as I have shown in a past video, this video here, what I was showcasing is that it correlated highly that top performers were utilizing pop-outs, much like this one here that I'm going to share with you. But I have added a little extra, and stick with me, I'm going to share with you the hack, the tip. So this here is a review pop-out, all right? It correlates very strongly, all right? Very strongly. Top performers will have this particular type of link. They actually don't do it how I do it, but they'll have this type of link that has the pop-out on their page, and they'll usually get the review mentions or their website mentions. You get small enhancements inside of Google My Business. Now, with that said, I want to share with you a massive hack of how you can utilize this not only to get rewarded with enhancements within Google My Business, but also get more reviews and on top of that, increase rankings. How? Because I'm going to share with you a SEO hack that's going to allow you to force very particular searches when people are going to go and click on your reviews. Let me go ahead and share this with you. How I'm going to share this with you, or what I'm going to share with you, is going to allow you to force clicks for things like this. If we come inside of here and you go to your impressions, all right, let's go to performance, impressions. Let me just share this with you here. Clicks. Oh, let's go to position. Okay. And I want you to take a look. There's going to be a very strange number one for a massive amount of impressions here. And this is 46 impressions. I was running a few tests just before. And as you can see, Chris Palmer Marketing, SEO consultant, digital marketing expert. It's very long. I forced this utilizing the strategy that I'm going to share with you right now, which is called code stringing. But we're going to add in the feature, the enhancement of the reviews pop out along with code stringing. All right. So let's go ahead and walk you through this. Peter, I'm going to answer this question and give you this SEO hack bonus so that way you can get an added benefit. All right. So let's go ahead and do that now. So as you see, all right, let me share this with you. So if you come in here and you go to Chris Palmer Marketing, all right, so here's how you would normally initiate this. What you're going to do is you're going to grab this. You're going to go to the reviews. Okay. Once you get the reviews, this is the pop-out. This here is the pop-out link. Now, when you take a look here, if we bring it down here to a notepad and I make it big, all right, we're going to paste that in there. As you can see, this hashtag LRD, this is the hex code of the CID, which is going to give you the pop-out. So this way it's associated with your CID, all right? Now, in order to force not only the pop-out to get the Google My Business review enhancements, not only to direct your customers to easily find the reviews, but to also force search traffic on top of it for any keywords you want, all you need to do is remember to include the hashtag LRD along with the window. So I just copied and pasted it right here. Here's how you want it to look. Okay. And then here's how you do it. So when you come up to your listing, yours will be different. It's going to have search query equals your brand or business and OQ, your brand or business with Chrome or whatever the case may be, whatever your browser is. What you want to do is leave on the hashtag LRD, Okay, leave the hashtag there and go all the way, all right, right to here. All right, and just leave that in there. You're going to take this, we're going to cut it. You're going to bring it over here. You're going to paste it in here. And then not only will we be able to get the initial pop out, but how you force the keywords is going to be just like this. So now that you know how to manipulate it to just get the pop out and associate your CID with a search query, inside of here, when we want to force particular types of keyword searches, this is how you're going to do it. All right. So what you need to do is you have the Chris Palmer Marketing Plus SEO Expert. This is the one that I've created. You can go in here and you can add in whatever you want. So what we'll do is we'll do this: digital plus marketing plus SEO plus best plus internet plus services, right? I'm just making a point here. Now we're going to grab this, and what happens when your customer clicks on this, this is a review link. I'll share with you another example in a moment here. When they click on this, it's going to take them to this. Now, they're not going to know that they have just performed a search. They're just going to know that you led them to the review pop-out, which is very good. It's highly correlated with top performers within the SERP, but they're not adding the string code, all right? I'm giving you an added bonus here. So what you're forcing is you're forcing this search. As you can see here, look, everything that I typed up here is in here, but because we added in the hashtag LRD, it's popping the pop-out for us. That's hex code to pop that for your brand, business, or service. All right. Now, let me go ahead and share this with you briefly. I'll give this last little bit to you. So if you come into here and you do window installation, no, let's just do digital. Let's do New York SEO consulting. All right. Let me just share with you a brief example of what I mean. So if we come into here, we go into maps. Stick with me, bear with me here. I'm just showing you an example here. What we're looking for, we'll just do New York SEO. All right, it's going to give us these results. Now, as you scroll down in here, let's do digital marketing company New York. I want to go ahead and give you an example here briefly. All right, so Hunter Digital has an amazing stuff to offer. This right here is the review enhancement. So by having this, it's going to allow you to also get this enhancement. And on top of it, I shared with you how you can force searches, how you can force clicks. Along with that, it'll start showing up inside of Insights. When people are clicking or looking, they want to read reviews. It's on your website. When you have your past customers are going to, if you're going to give them a link, say, hey, go to the site, click on the review us. Right? And it takes them there, it forces a search, and it gives them the pop out. You'll be able to get the enhancements. You'll get the search query, exactly the query that you want. On top of that, there's a lot of other things that you can do, a lot of other hacks that could be taking place. But my name's Chris Palmer. If you're interested in learning how to do this even more, please go over to the seo.chrispalmermarketing.com and sign up for the process of GMB. I'll be holding that live. Along with that, my name's Chris Palmer. If you have any future questions that I can answer for you about this video, ask below. I'm happy to help you, happy to answer, and I look forward to seeing you in the next local SEO, how to rank on Google Maps #1 hack video. You have a wonderful day. In today's video, I'm going to share with you, the business owner, 10 actionable tips, a lot you've never heard before, but I'm sure everybody's going to copy after today's video. I'm going to walk you through step-by-step actionable tips that will allow your business to start getting more phone calls, more leads, more sales, and I don't want to waste any time on how you can optimize your Google My Business. So I have 10 of them. Stick with me till the end. I have a lot of very powerful tips I've been implementing on my client accounts, on my own account. It's been moving the needle, and I'm going to walk you all through it step by step right now, so let's not waste any time. The very first thing is, I get this a lot. Chris, I'm Chris. All my competitors are putting keywords into their brand section, into their name. It's against the guidelines. It can cause a revalidation. It can even get your account shut down. Even if it's temporary, you're going to lose phone calls. If in your niche, it's a massive competitive advantage to put the keywords into the name section, then please do yourself a $40 favor and get a DBA, doing business as, and add the keywords into your actual name. So that way there's no question. Actionable tip number 2, the amount of categories. I'll log into client accounts. They'll be flooded with categories. The more precise you can be with about your brand, your business, and what you do, and it's corresponding to your website, the more transparent you can be to you and Google, to your customers, the happier Google is. So this number 2 tip is limit the amount of categories you're using. If you can get it to 1 and get it super precise, the better off you are. Maximum 2. And that's this section here, this particular section right here. Now, the next tip that I want to give you, tip number 3, has to do with service area, your service area. Now, I'm a digital marketer. This is my personal account. I'm very public. I'm doing a test right now. But every single client that I get, whatever their precise location is. So if they're actually only doing a county, I put the county. If they operate in a state, I only put a state. In past years, I used to do little triangles. I'd pick a certain section. Now, wherever I'm actually doing business, the more precise, the better off you are with your service area. So my business is in Pennsylvania. If I did business in all of Pennsylvania or more than one county, I'd put Pennsylvania. If I'm really only doing business in a particular county or 2 counties, I'll write those 2 counties. You want to be very, very precise, because remember, Google's tracking where your phone calls come from. Google's tracking IPs of who's coming to your website. Google knows what you're visiting. Google knows your phone. You're attached. They're watching everything. All of the data is connected. You're not going to get a benefit by stuffing stuff in here. Believe me, the more precise, the better off you'll be. Tip number 3. The next tip is, and I wrote down a bunch of tips for you, actionable tips. I just was racking my brain. Hey, what have I been doing that's actually moving the needle? I saved the best stuff for last, so stick with me here. So the next piece is consistent posting. Time and time again, I'll run into clients that they've been posting maybe once every other week. Their argument is always, you know, it's a pain in the butt. I have to write something. I have to think of something. But please, let me go ahead and show you that if you can just be consistent with posting, meaning to Google that you actually care about your Google My Business listing, that you're taking the time to put a post up. If you care, they care enough to share that post. Your view, as you start posting, you'll start getting more views, getting more attention, more traffic, more clicks. The more traffic and more clicks that you get to your actual listing, the higher it's going to rank. User signals are number 1. So if coming up with something is a pain, take it from McDonald's. All right, let me just share something with you. Pick anything you want, any state, any country. Let's go to New York City McDonald's. Take it from McDonald's. It's not the quality, it's the consistency that matters. So when you come over here, you could do this anywhere you want. Okay, New York City McDonald's. It could be literally anywhere. We come into here, you go over to maps. You can pick any listing you want. Take a look at the photos. Take a look at the actual post. You can come to, all of these are different. As you can see, other than 1 or 2, they're all using the same exact post, the same exact words, the same exact image, and this is across every single location. Just pick a location out of your hat. In the United States, it'll be the same. Consistency is key. If you don't want to take my word for it, then take McDonald's word for it. All right, consistency is more important. User signals are the number 1 metric for ranking other than proximity. Remember that, my friends. So let's keep moving on. So now that we've taken care of consistent posting, consistent images, you can use the same thing over and over and over again. That leads me to the next tip with showing importance to Google, and Google will show importance to you by utilizing events. All right, so inside of posts, you can see that there's events, there's updates, and there's offers. If I can send validated traffic from outside sources and spend money to send real traffic to my GMB listing to show Google that I care about my listing, you will absolutely 100% without any shadow of a doubt see an increase. What I mean by this is Facebook or other Google ads into your listing I've seen consistent and persistent bumps in traffic from that point forward. So buy ads, send them to an event or an offer. Show Google that you care about your Google My Business listing, and I promise you, you won't be sorry. And stick with me till the end. I'll show you some other evidence of pumping traffic to the listing and then Google testing me for other keywords. Stick with me, all right? So I've been running big tests on user engagement and signals within GMB, and I've been seeing this across the board. I've implemented it on 2 other client accounts now, what I've been learning, and it's been working like gangbusters. So stick with me. The next piece is listing traffic to the listing, or pushing traffic to the listing. That's the one that we just did. The more prominence you can show on your listing to Google, sending traffic and creating offers through GMB, creating events through GMB, and then pushing traffic, that's showing Google that you care about your listing. All right, that is massive. Now, the next piece that I want to share with you, and I'm only showing you my stuff because that's what I'm allowed to do, all right? Can't show you all my client stuff. I simply cannot do that. I've only got the okay from 2 other clients, and one of them just canceled, so I don't want any issues. So let's move on. Customer image reviews. Again, it goes back to the same concept. When there's customer image reviews, it makes the reviews more relevant. The more relevant the reviews, the more relevant the business. The more relevant the business, the more you get traffic. What do I mean by this? Google is showing importance inside of reviews based on relevance. Let me share this with you. And what makes a review even more relevant is when an actual customer not only writes a relevant review, and we're going to talk about this in the next tip, but they also add a relevant photo. That review now is more relevant. So this is a 2-part tip here. Stick with me here. Let me share with you. I'm just going to share with you what I mean with my account here. So if you come over to Chris Palmer, SEO Las Vegas, okay, I'm going to share with you what I mean by a review image. Okay, if we come over here to Maps, and you go to Chris Palmer SEO, and you take a look at my reviews, all right, as you can see here, inside of, let me go back over here. Stick with me. We come to here. Let's go to Google. We go to Chris Palmer SEO Las Vegas. Okay. I have a location over there. When we take a look at these reviews, okay, here's the reviews, add a photo. All right. See how there's a photo section here? Now, when we take a look at the reviews, I want you to see how Google sorts them. They sort them by relevance. So what makes them relevant? Well, there's 2 things, and this goes into my 2 tips, all right? The first tip is make your reviews more relevant. The more I can show users care about my listing, the more relevant my listing is. The more relevant it is, the higher it ranks. Okay, so that's one part of it. You can make your reviews more relevant and show more prominence to your listing by having your customers upload reviews. This doesn't mean that you can't curate them and help coax your customers into posting photos for you. Okay, you've already done the work. It could be part of the offer. I'm just saying you can work and weave that into your business any way you want. It makes your listing more powerful. Period. End. So here's the review. This is the most relevant. See how they sort by relevance? It's relevance, newest, highest, and lowest. So this is relevant. Now let me take this relevant to the next step, and here's what I want you to do. Here's the tip, a massive tip. Not only are the reviews very helpful, right? But adding the images makes it more helpful. But I want you to pay close mind to the words that are inside of the reviews for relevance. Just like inside of your page for your on-page SEO, if my keyword is plumber New York, if I use the phrase plumber New York on my website enough times, I'm optimized. But if I use words like sink, wrench, wrenches, tool belt, those are called co-occurring words or LSI words. Those words are what makes my business listing or my web page more relevant. So I'm optimized, but I want to be the most relevant. Who usually wins for rankings? What's more relevant? It's the same with Google My Business. So what I want you to do to be able to craft perfect reviews, because you're probably going to have some type of communication with your customers, I hope, and if you don't, you should. Get them on your text list. Get them on your email list. You need to have communication with them, even if you have to give them a percentage off or a discount or anything. Do it. This will help move the needle massively. Please, let me share this with you. So regardless of your industry, you can do this. I always stick with the same exact thing. The first thing that comes to mind is roofers, Miami, okay? Now, here's how you do this. You come over here to anybody's review, any niche. You take a look at their business. When you come over here to their reviews, okay? Let's come over here to their reviews. Oh, those are ads. I'm sorry. Stick with me here. When I come into their reviews, bear with me. I come into their reviews. They're sorted by relevance. So, okay, this is the most relevant for roofers. So this is one. So if my business is in Pennsylvania, I've gone to Miami now and collected the most relevant review. Okay, now I have one. Okay, I know what makes up a relevant review. Study it, look at it, even take the actual words out. But don't stop there, collect a few of them. So again, it's going to be roofer, Virginia, okay? I'm telling you how you can craft perfect reviews, and then as the added bonus, also give them the photos to upload. I have the most relevant. If I have the most relevant, I increase in rank. So it's the same thing. You come into a business, you find it, you go to the reviews. This guy has 304 reviews. I have the most relevant review. And look what's up at the top. The reviews with the images. I'm trying to give you tips that will actually help you move the needle. Nobody tells you this stuff. I'm here to tell you this. I want you to succeed in your business. All right, let's move on. I have more tips for you. Number 6, write your customer reviews. And that was the 6th tip, but that's what I mean. So we're gathering up the reviews. Now we have 2 different states, 2 different cities, the most relevant review. We could literally, if we wanted to be Black Hat, we could swap out their names and their brand names and anything else that's related to those cities and just make them relevant for us. Create 2 photos, geo-set them, send them to our customers and give them a 2% coupon if they'd be willing to share a review for us that contains this image. And oh, by the way, I've even written you the review, right? But when we write our reviews, we want them to be the most relevant. Relevance equals ranking increase. Try it out for yourself. Okay, moving on. The next thing that I want to share with you is products and services match your site, okay? Now, when you come inside of here, there's 2 separate opportunities, your products and your services. Now, depending on your business, you might have products and you might also offer services, but in a lot of cases, your product is your service and your service is your product. This needs to match and mirror over to your site. What do I mean by this? So inside of your products tab, all right, inside of your services tab, you're able to also put in details. I'm rebuilding my site, so I've cleared the other section out. I'm rebuilding stuff. But after my rebuild, what I'm putting on my website, the same goes for you. When you're looking at your website, where your H tag is, let's say it was SEO services. Whatever I write underneath here is what's going to be over here on my listing. So after I'm done redoing my website, this is going to say right here, instead of search engine optimization, it's going to say SEO services. And it's going to be right here, SEO services. Whatever I write under here, I'm going to put right here. And why is this important? Because again, we want to be transparent not only to ourselves, not only to our customers, but of course to Google. Why? Because trust is a ranking factor. There's something called a trust score. We want to have an awesome trust score. It'll help us succeed. That's like check number 1. So how do we know that being relevant, being transparent, and matching and mirroring is important? Let me show you why. So when we come over here to any business, if I'm looking for roofing, North Virginia Beach. Okay, let's just take that for instance. We're just looking for anything. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to show you how I know. Google is going to, I'm going to see if I could get one to pop for me. Okay, so internet marketing service. Okay. Digital. I'm just looking for one to make a point here for you guys so you guys know what I'm talking about. I just want you guys to see it like I know it. Okay, I want you to see it how I know it. Okay, let me come into here briefly. And how I know, I'm going to do one more. New York. Give me one moment just to prove this brief point. All right, when we scroll down the list here, okay, what we're looking for is the website mentions digital marketing. The website mentions SEO services. I can't pull up an example on the fly, but I know you have seen this. I know I've seen this. I've been seeing this for 2-3 years now. So my massive tip here is be transparent with your customers, be transparent with Google. And what you're going to end up finding out is if you can match and mirror your products and services on your GMB to your customers and with Google, you will be rewarded for it. Let me just take one last quick look here. Oh, watch this. How about this? SEO services, New York. Give me one last, one more time to try here to see if I could get it to pop up. We'll go to Google last time just to make sure I can show you. SEO service, NYC. Let's just see what pops up here. I don't see it. Well, I was really hoping to get one to pop for us. Provides marketing consulting services. I'm assuming that this is what's over there on their website. This little check mark here is probably what's over there. Either that or they are a registered. It says provides. I think that that's maybe they changed. Oh, here we go. I found one. Their website mentions search engine optimization services. There it is. Okay, I'm glad I was able to pull one. It probably took me 30 seconds, but I wanted to share that with you. So matching and mirroring, being transparent, mostly not only to your customers and to yourself. You need to be transparent with yourself, be honest with yourself, but to Google the most, trust is a factor. Okay, let's keep moving on. I'm glad I could show that to you. The next piece is this. And this is one of the biggest that we have been noticing. And this plays part with the Facebook ads that we talked about in earlier tips. I believe tip number 4. All right. I'm not going to walk you through this, maybe in a later video, but we are seeing massive success on 2 particular sites. I've been running a very simple system. All right. I'm going to go ahead and share with you something briefly here. There's a section in here called messaging. Okay. Turn on messaging. Also, Google will strip it away. All right, I already messaged this guy on my phone and then removed it, so I'm not worried about this. But if you don't message them back within 24 hours, Google will take away your privilege to use messaging. Remember the theme. User signals, user engagement increases rank. So think about this. Facebook traffic over. Okay, remember this messaging system We have an event, we have an offer. Facebook traffic over to the event and offers. That's one piece of it. We're generating interest. The second piece of it is turn messaging on. Make sure you're answering your customers within 24 hours. And when you're pushing this traffic over, I want to share with you something so you're up on the ball and you're answering your facts, which I have one last tip for you after this. It's going to be another juicy one for you that I'm sure a lot of people will probably be copying from me, right? But that's okay. That's good. I want more people to use these tips so people can actually start succeeding. So let me take a look here. DIALOGFLOW. Okay. This is a actual chatbot that you can utilize within Google My Business. This isn't the one that we've been using. We've been using, I messaged them before, it's called Flutter. But this Dialogflow and Flutter, they're both owned by Google. This is supposed to be the easier one that you can use. Flutter is what we have been using. They actually work together tandemly. But you can install this bot to answer simple questions. So that way you're up to par on your listing. It's a way to interact with customers instantly, especially when you're running traffic. You want to be able to respond to them ASAP, especially for simple questions. And you do not want this feature to be shut off. It is very, very, very powerful. It's one of the most powerful features they have ever released, and I promise you that. If you can get interaction inside of this and get them to actually start making actions, I guarantee you rankings. Let me move on to the next piece. The next piece after this, and last but not least, and I've shared a tidbit of this before, and it is the questions and answers. So if we take a look here at Chris Palmer Marketing, but as I started doing this for other clients, what I started doing to make it a little bit more semantic was this. So you have your questions and answers within Google My Business. So as you can see here, you can see the questions. Here's a question, here's an answer. How long have you been performing search engine optimization? 10 years. Actually now it's been 12 years. And there's questions and answers. Now, as I've been doing this for clients, the way I was able to get these to stick, which I didn't share in past videos, is I was taking these questions and putting them into my schema on my facts page on my website. Past videos, I didn't share this step because I figured that if you were doing this, you would answer those same questions on the site. But when you want these to stick and you want them to stand out even more, inside of your facts page, or depending if they're service-based or product-based questions, you can put them on the actual service or product pages inside of your schema. So it could just be one question, which is question schema, or if you have multiple questions, that's going to be your facts schema. So that was actually 12 tips all wrapped up. They were all actionable. They are all tips that will help you move the needle for your business, regardless if it's a small business, a medium business, a large business, doesn't matter. My name is Chris Palmer. If you have questions about Google My Business or anything Google Maps SEO related, never hesitate, ask in the comments below, and I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business optimization, how to optimize your listing for more phone calls video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer, and in today's Google My Business products video, I want to share with you a massive tip that will certainly help with your product importation. So I want to share with you first a scenario, a scene for you, the business owner, that has been plaguing us business owners, and I know it has been for you. Now, I've actually gone through to see if anybody else was sharing and showcasing this particular tip, and as I was going through, they were all going through the same painstaking process that I'm going to walk you through now. So regardless of the video, they're all doing it just like this, and this is what drives
drives business owners crazy. It goes a little like this. You're going to come over here to your left-hand side and stick with me. I have a massive tip for you that will certainly help out for adding your Google My Business product. So stick with me, but let me set the scenario. Let me set the scene that you're going through, all right? So we're down here on the left-hand side here. We have posts, we have info, insights, reviews, products and services. Depending on the category that you're in, you might only have products, you might only have services, some people might have both, but we're going to click on products. Now, when we're inside of our products, we're going to go ahead and get started, and this is the exact process that you would have to do depending on how many products you have. You might have only 10, not so bad. You might have 20, 30, 40, 50, not so bad, couple hours, but hey, what if I have 100 or 1,000? What if I had just 100 or 50? How long would this take? So we're going to have to select our photo. All right, let's take our photo. Product name, so we'd have to add the name. We're going to have to pick the category of the product. You'd have to set that. The category, let's say it's SEO. We come in here, we have to put the price. Let's say it's $1,000, okay? And the list goes on. So this is the description, right? So we had to put our description inside of there. And then, of course, we're adding the buy. And we have to put our link inside of there. Now, times that by X amount of products. And Google knows that this is driving business owners completely mad because they keep pushing it off. However, it is very helpful for producing sales. Now, Google had the initiative. Google understands that this is an issue for business owners just like you. So let me go ahead and share with you something that I haven't seen any other SEOs on YouTube share yet. So I thought that it would be a value add for you. Let's come inside of here, and I want to share with you a particular company that is allowing you to go ahead and do all of this automatically complimentary. And the best part is not only is it fast, not only is it easy, not only is it free for now, but it's also a Google-owned asset. Let me introduce you to a company called Pointy. So Pointy, first and foremost, let's do this. Owned by Google, P-O-I-N-T-Y. Pointy is the name of the company, all right? So Google acquires Pointy, a startup to help brick and mortar companies. This is Pointy. It's going to help you load in all of your products. Now, I haven't seen anybody talking about this, and it's blowing my mind because it's definitely an ad that I suggest to customers and clients that I've worked with previously. So I want to go ahead and share with you this. So we're going to head on over here to Pointy, and you can read all about it. Google acquired them, and let me bring you to their website. So it's Pointy.com. So this is Pointy.com. And what's great about Pointy.com is you can go ahead and apply. And inside of here, let me share with you the pricing. As long as you're eligible, it is a complimentary product. Now, the features are, depending on your point of sale, you can go ahead and these massive companies are utilizing it, plus hundreds more. You're able to just go in there, and as you can see here, it's going to go ahead and just add your products in there automatically, and it's really going to save you all of the time to go through here and add them one by one by one, just like I've seen a lot of other SEOs suggesting, which is complete madness, right? So I just wanted to share with you this tool. Again, it is owned by Google. Go ahead and please read about it. It's called Pointy.com. It's a free tool. It's to add your products fast, easy, secure. It's owned by Google. My name is Chris Palmer. If you have any future questions related to Google My Business, Google My Business products, Google My Business services, Google My Business SEO, just regular SEO, digital marketing, Facebook ads, Google ads, it doesn't matter, anything. Always feel free to go ahead and ask in the comments below, and I most certainly look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business, how to add Google My Business products video. Have a wonderful day. In today's video, I'm going to share with you a brand new Google Maps iframe embedding hack that will certainly help your Google Maps ranking. My name is Chris Palmer, and in today's Google My Business SEO video, I'm going to share with you 2 effective techniques that will certainly help propel your Google My Business and Google Maps ranking. So I do not want to waste any time. I want to get directly into the video. Now, this is a massive localized upgrade to the iframing and embedding concept that I spoke about multiple times. Now, we know the power of authoritative domains utilizing iframes and embeds onto our properties. Now, we took that concept just a little bit further by injecting relevance into these frames. And let me go ahead and share with you exactly what I mean, and then we'll get into the localized beefed up version. So stick with me here. So if we come over here and we click on share, and then we go to embed, I made a video on this about 2 years ago talking about injecting relevance into a frame. Now, if you take a look right here in between these two little, these little Pac-Mans, we can actually put keywords inside of this frame and it's going to get read by Google. Now, stick with me. I'm going to bring this over to Maps and Google My Business and you're going to absolutely love it. So stick with me. So if we put SEO keywords in here for SEO, they will be read by Google. You get the point. So if we take this frame and we were to put it inside of a website and then run it through snippets or any other tool, Google is reading this text and it's literally being counted. So if you take a look here, take a look at this frame. Here's the embed. And as you can see here, I wrote SEO keywords inside of the embed that will be read by Google. You can add density or more terms. So this is an iframe that we've injected relevance into. Now let's take this a step further, but before we do, I want you to understand the difference between text and anchor text, because there's a massive difference. So if you divert your attention over here to search engine land, and this is just an expansion on a patent that Google holds. Now this patent is regarding text and hyperlinks, hot text, whatever the case may be. You see, text is one thing and it adds density and relevance to a page, but it's not weighted as heavily as if we are utilizing anchor text. Much like an H1 tag on your website is not weighted the same as, say, the title. All right, so there's different weights involved here. So if you take a look at this, and you can have a brief read through here, this is called Google Patent on Anchor Tags and Web Crawling. Please have a look. And then also if you have a look at this particular patent held by Google LLC, they'll talk about a method and system for providing targeted documents based on concepts. Now, this patent is going to tell you about anchor text and how they pertain to relevance and why they're just that much powerful when sending a link or having a link on a page compared to just plain text. So please have a look at this patent right here. And if you take a look here at hyperlink, so for instance, the documents may be identified or grouped according to their appropriateness, content, associated keywords associated to the site. So please have a read through this. And what I'm getting at is quite simple. The difference between injecting text, all right, into our embeds is one thing. But when I take it a step further and now I'm injecting anchor text, it's a whole new ballgame. And that is the technique that I want to share with you now. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. So if we were to head over here to Google, and I'm sure you have a Google My Business listing, you'll search for your business name, and I'll go ahead and use mine for the sake of this video. So we will go to Google Maps. So you'll type your business name in and then head over to Google Maps. Once on Google Maps, you're going to be presented with multiple options. On the far right-hand side, if you're on desktop, I'm not sure about mobile, click on Share. And then there's two options here, send a link or embed a map. So just feel free to go ahead and click on embed a map. And I want you to bring this embed code over to a notepad. All right, so we're going to bring this over to a notepad. Now we have an iframe embed code from authoritative domain, which is actually our map of our business. Now the same concept applies. We are now able to inject relevance into this frame. So if you take a look right here at these Pac-Mans, you can put your SEO. So for me, it would be SEO consulting, SEO consultant, SEO expert. All right, you get the point. Now we need to take this a step further. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this embed code and we're going to go ahead and put it onto this site here. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and duplicate this, and we want to do this again, but I want to take it a step further. Not only do I want to inject hyperrelevance into the text, but I want to inject hyperrelevance into the anchor text. Why? Because once you read these patents, once you read all these write-ups, you'll understand that anchor text is far more superior than just plain text on a page. All right, and they all play tandem together. So if we come back over here to Google Maps, we're going to go right through the same exact process that we just did. We're going to go to the embed, but this time when we bring it over here to the page, let's go ahead and paste it on here. I want you to take a look. So let me go to format, let me go to font, and let's go to 24. And this is a brand new concept that I'm playing around with, and I'm seeing some very good results. Much like you getting generic anchor text to a website, but the page is titled the keyword, I'm able to still see big results. So there's something with the anchor text, and let me show you how to inject anchor text into your embed. All right, so if you take a look inside of this frame code here, I want you to put your notice to the percentage sign and then the 20. All right, so if we go ahead and we take this and we do percentage sign, all right, and 20, we're going to put consulting. All right, we're going to put percentage sign 20, SEO. All right, and then what I want is this. We're going to copy it, and we're just going to go ahead and put our keywords into the anchor text, and this is how we do it. Consulting, all right, and we're going to put expert. Okay, we'll do it again. Paste. I don't know, consulting, and you get the point. But this is how we're going to inject it into the anchor text to get more weight for our embed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this frame, we're going to copy it, and then just so we can showcase this, I'll paste it inside of here. So we have our first frame where we were injecting relevance into the actual text. Our second embed, just to showcase, is we're actually injecting anchor text into the embed to make it even more relevant and more powerful, targeting our domain. Now stick with me, I'll share with you why this is very effective. But first, let's go ahead and update this page, and let's run it through rich results so you can see that this is absolutely read by Google. So what we will do is we're going to head over here to the rich results. This is the page, it's a maps test. That's the page that we were just on. So we'll go to URL. Let me just see here. /maps-test. Alrighty. All right, so now we have our two frames here. Darn it. Okay. One moment, please. What I need is HTML. That's my mistake. HTML. All right, custom HTML. All right, now this one, we'll copy it and paste and enter. Then we can get rid of this. We can then remove this block. And then this one we'll cut. And we'll just duplicate this one. We'll remove and remove. And then this one we will duplicate. All right, bear with me here. So once we duplicate, we're going to go ahead and add this in. So now we have the two. Again, first, injection of text. Second, injection of anchor text. You can definitely utilize both. I've been testing this out as much as I can and doing mass embeds just to see, what's the push. And once I noticed that not only was it effective, but I'm actually seeing a little bit of gain in a relatively difficult niche, I wanted to go ahead and share it with you. All right, so I'm still playing with this, but I definitely wanted to let it out there, let you guys play around with it as well. So here, let me come back over here. Now that this is updated, we will grab this page. Let's just make sure that we have a relevant page here. Perfect. Now we'll go to our maps test. We'll come over here to our rich results, run the URL just to make sure that we are above par. We will wait for the analyzation of this page. All right. All right, so as you can see, we have our logos, our sitemaps, but what I'm concerned with is the rendered HTML. So I want you to take a look here. We're going to go Control F, and what we are looking for is the iframes. Alrighty. All right, now if we go ahead and scroll on down here, we can see our inline iframe. This is iframe number 1. All right, so if we take a look here, here's our iframe number 1. And what I really want you to showcase here and see is that we were able to All right, now that it's done rendering, I want to go ahead and share with you the 2 types of embeds. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this page here. So this is the rendered HTML of our particular page in question here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on top of here. We're going to go Control F, and what we're looking for is the iframe. All right, so iframe src. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Okay, so we have the same thing. Okay, so there's our first iframe. It's just naming it. Now, if we take a look here, we can see that we are getting the added benefit of the injection of the text. As you can see here inside of the embed, it has been rendered by Google SEO Consulting, SEO Consultant, SEO Expert. All right, so there's that particular piece. This has been injected into the page. Let's keep going down. So here's iframe again. And as we can see here, it's just doing the positioning. All right, so let's keep going here. All right. And here's our next iframe here. So this is an inlined iframe. So as we can see here, right inside the actual code or the anchor, we can see here that they are giving us credit for Chris Palmer Marketing, Consulting, SEO, Consulting, and Expert, and then Consulting again. And then this is right inside of the anchor text of this frame. So this is what I wanted to go ahead and share with you today. But aside from that, let me go ahead and walk you through exactly why this is certainly one of the most powerful embedding techniques that I've came across. So let me go ahead and share with you briefly exactly some maybe other techniques that you can start utilizing in order to get maximum benefit. Now, one of the very first things that I really like to do, and maybe this is going to be really simple for you, is going to be embedding these frames into our iframes. All right, so now that I've walked you through where you can find the anchor, injecting the relevance right into these frames, whether it be text or inside of the actual code, the anchor text profile of the URLs. All right, so now that we've actually walked through, I've showcased how you can inject relevance into your embeds, I want to share with you a technique, a tactic, a method that you can start implementing in order to start seeing a little bit of boost within your Google Maps rankings. Now, for some of you, you may be thinking that this would probably be very, So let me go ahead and share with you a very effective technique for utilizing these embeds to get maximum power. Now, of course, I'm only going to share with you one or two, but let me go ahead and give that to you now so you can start getting some ranking increases for your maps and your GMB listings. So one of the very first things is if we're able to then create a network, all right? So if we have a network of, say, Web 2.0s, so if we have our very own network, all right, of Web 2s, that could be Google sites, that could be AWS's, that could be Yahoo Business, that could be any Web 2 property. This could also be other sites that all have frames. These are all connected to one another, right? That's all hyper relevant, has these hyper relevant embeds, all pushing and all pulling for our Google Maps listing, including the keywords that are hyper specific to our brand, business, or service. So we're actually able to create our own very powerful and authoritative ranking. All right, now that we've gone over the two types of Google Maps embed techniques, what I want to share with you is one of the most effective ways that you can start implementing these map embeds. So one of the very first things that I always like to do is I'm going to issue a press release targeting the main keywords that I've A, injected into the text, and B, injected into the URL of my embed. So furthermore, what I would do is if I'm able to acquire a press release that is hyper relevant, all right? So again, if I'm able to get a press release distribution service on top sites like ABC News, NBC News, and all of these other news stations and radios and whatever the case may be, Google News sites, whatever the case is, I have a hyper-relevant title, so it's targeting my keywords. And remember, this is a press release distro, okay, to 150 to sometimes 500 sites that are all authoritative, and they're all containing my two highly optimized, anchor-rich, and density-rich embeds. So if I have a hyper-relevant, hyper-specific title about my brand, business, or service, keywords I'm targeting, the words inside the article, the press release, are hyper-specific. Then I have my embed, which obviously is going to be very specific. And then I top it off with my NAP, all right? My name, address, phone number. I'm creating unstructured citations with Google Maps optimized embeds on top of that hyper-relevant context. And then I have my title and my URL. Everything is optimized and hyper-focused on these specific keywords in these particular areas. This can be very, very helpful for your business and your Google Maps ranking. Absolutely a trust signal. So my name is Chris Palmer. If you have any further questions related to Google Maps, Google My Business, local SEO, SEO. Now, with this particular method being aside a mass distribution of hyper-optimized press releases, you can also take the next step. Might be a little bit more of a gray hat approach, but I'm sure you've heard of these IFTTT networks where we're syndicating this particular type of content out, and that's an option. Or we could be setting up a Web 2 PBN. Now, Web 2 PBNs are very, very effective, and let me go ahead and just map out how that would work. So if I'm able to create multiple Web 2 entities, now Web 2 entities or Web 2 properties are websites that have usually good metrics, meaning domain authority or trust flow metrics, and I'm able to produce a website that has do follow linking on it, and I have full control. So if I'm able to go in and create multiple Web 2 properties, all right, so that's 3. So this could be WordPress, this could be AWS, this could be Yahoo, all right, this could be Weebly, all right, this could be, and the list goes on and on. If I create 25 hyper relevant Web 2 properties that I'm utilizing as a mass embed and relevant hub for my brand, business, or service, not only am I able to push power over to my properties and internal pages, but I'm also able to create a embed ring, which is highly, highly powerful for any Google My Business listing. So my name is Chris Palmer, and if you have any further questions related to Google My Business SEO, Google Maps, Facebook ads, I mean really anything, local SEO, national SEO, anything at all, always feel free to go ahead and ask in the comments below, and I most certainly look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business How to Rank in Google Maps video. Have a wonderful day. In today's Google My Business SEO tips video, I'm going to share with you Google My Business product and service stacking along with my product and service stack site mirroring technique. Now, if you're already implementing this type of strategy, I know you're already seeing the benefits, but if you're not, I have a lot to show you in today's SEO tips video, so let's not waste any time. But before I get into this video, about 13 days ago, I made a Google My Business video showcasing this particular business. Now, this particular company is going for movers, Quad Cities, and we were sitting in position 6. Now, after implementing some minor modifications, just some proper optimizations within the listing, we have now moved into the map pack. So we jumped up 3 positions. Now, with that being said, I want to walk you through what I call product and service stacking and what exactly is site mirroring. So let me go ahead and walk you through this now. So this is the actual business listing. And what I want to share with you first is going to be the product and service stack. So what I mean by this is we showcase the products, so portable storage, packing supplies, climate control, local moving, long distance moves. When we come over here to services, we want to go ahead and go right through packing supplies, climate control, portable storage units, long distance moving, and local moving. As you can see, we have done a product and service stack mirroring the same exact thing, and of course, mirroring it over to the website. Now, what is this doing? We are not only adding more relevance to the listing, but we're basically reinforcing that these are our products, these are our services are our products are our services, and it's matching and mirroring directly over to our listing. Now, I want to take you out of the Google My Business SEO mindset, and I want you to think about regular on-page SEO. Now, when we're looking at a title tag and an H1 being the title of the document that we're going to show users, the title, obviously the user is going to see it, but the title tag is for Google, H1 is for the user. Now, Google generally wants us to show the user exactly what we're showing them. They mirror each other, generally, or there might be a slight variation. Now, this is absolutely the same way to look at our Google My Business listing. Why would we ever want to showcase to Google and to users on GMB different than our website? So let me walk you through the mirroring process, and what do I mean by this? So I went ahead and I showed you that we're mirroring our products. We made our separate categories, right? These are all separate categories, and they're listing and mirroring over to our site and with our services. Again, with our services. All right. Now, of course, these particular elements are listed directly on the listing when you look for it. Now, let me show you what I mean by
mirroring to the website. If we take a look at our drop-down menu or our main website, okay, this is the website, the business website that we are talking about today. So if we take a look at our primary, these are our web pages or our primary category pages, top level pages. And what I want to share with you is this. So if we take a look here, portable storage moving container, portable storage containers. Okay, portable storage moving containers. I didn't put moving in there, I didn't want to stuff it in, but again, it's the same thing. When we take a look at packing supplies for moving, we take a look in here, packing supplies for moving. When we take a look right here, we have, what do we have here? Climate controlled storage units. Let's take a look at our drop down menu. Climate controlled storage units. Local moving, right? Should be a local moving on here. Local moving. When we take a look at long distance, we have long distance moves. Long distance moves, local moving. Now, these are identical for services, and this right here is what I'm sharing with you today. All right. So basically, this is going to wrap up the product and service stack. This is going to be identically mirrored over to the website in the categories. What my website is showing to users is exactly what I'm showing to users over on Google My Business. Now, we know Google is doing this by simply doing a search. Again, Google is always showing us all of the secrets right in front of us. So let me share with you how I know that this matters and why this works. So if we take a look at this, let's just look for our business now. Horizon Movers Quad Cities. Okay, let's just take a look here. And what I want to share with you is this. If we come over here to Maps, we're going to go in here to Maps. All right, 1 second here. Let me just go. How about this? Watch. Movers Quad City. Okay, watch this. Just give me 1 moment here. Okay, now let's take a look at this particular listing. No, it's not my listing, but take a look here. Their website mentions Quad City Movers. So they're saying that, hey, this is relevant to your search. They're making it bold, much like when they bold up words inside of the listings on the SERP. It's the same exact thing. They're saying, hey, this is so relevant because their website mentions it. So if we know that they're going over there and looking, so much so that they're saying, hey, this is relevant. Look, their website says it. It's the same exact thing. This is what I want to point out. We know that they want this to correlate. We know that they want it to mirror. It should be the same thing. The services and products that I'm offering here are mirroring to the website, and that is the Google My Business SEO tips that I wanted to share with you today. This is product and service stacking and site mirroring. My name is Chris Palmer. If you have any further questions related to Google My Business SEO, or if you just need some other SEO tips, always feel free. Go ahead and ask in the comments below, and I most certainly look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business SEO tips video. Have a wonderful day. Before I get into today's video on how you can start dominating and crushing your competitors on Google My Business and Google Maps and organic SERPs, I have to first give you this brief disclaimer. I'm not a lawyer, I'm just an SEO. You need to check your country and state laws before implementing any strategies learned with me in today's video. So with that out of the way, there was a study done on knowledge panels and knowledge graphs. Now what I want to point out to you is, what does this particular business here, and this business here have in common? They are ranking their knowledge panel based on a high competition keyword, and they're gating a knowledge panel. Now, we don't know if they're doing it the proper way, which I'm going to share with you today, that I've been implementing for my clients, and it has been successful every single time. But instead of getting your brand or business into these positions and then simply just having your competitors, when you dominate them and crush them down, they out you and you get your listing suspended. Instead of doing that, might I lend you or suggest an idea to you based on this particular study? Now, this study, what it's covering and what it's going over was actually done on Search Engine Land or Search Engine Journal, one of those two. And what it's talking about is something that I know and I always pitch on my clients every single time, is that these knowledge panels, these knowledge graphs, these snippets are getting a majority of the clicks. It was actually an overwhelming study that 92.1% of the people that ended up seeing a knowledge panel based on a query considered their queries answered. You can read the study, I just pulled this out. So with that being said, instead of going out and creating these businesses, some of these I'm sure are legit, but instead of creating these businesses, and I want you to look at this, $24 a click, all right? $75 a click. They own the knowledge panel. The only reason it's down far is because I have this extension plugged in. But I want you to know this particular strategy because your competitors, I'm using it, your competition is using it. Any high competition market, there's SEOs utilizing this strategy, and I want you to know it and I want to share it with you. So instead of you getting your listing suspended, instead of having your competitors that you're dominating and crushing and pushing down out you and getting listings suspended and have to get more and go through that process, by simply either trademarking the brand or business name, which is great for organic. I've had one client do this so far. It's a very seamless process. But more importantly, or secondly, something that I've been implementing time and time again is the DBA, doing business as. And there's a secondary tip there for the doing business as that I won't share today, but the DBAs are very inexpensive. If you're not sure what a DBA is, and again, check your laws, check your rules, but a DBA, we'll come down here, I pulled it up. A DBA means doing business as. A DBA is a registered name, which means you can prove it to Google or anybody else, but it's a registered name that your business operates that's different or fictitious off of the main entity. So if I have Chris Palmer Marketing, which is my main brand or business, I could do business as SEO Consulting Brooklyn. I could do business as Best SEO Consultant USA, whatever I wanted. I would base my DBA or my business name on high commercial intent keywords that are popping out knowledge panels or have a 3-pack result. Now, what this is going to do is when your potential buyers are putting in sell my house fast, we're using this as an example in Texas, which is $24 a click. Look whose listing pops up. Now, a lot of the black hats are going out and creating these listings. I mean, I've done it. I'm sure you have too. But then they're getting suspended. If you push anybody down, they're going to out you and you're going to have to verify this. And Google's just going to cut them off if you can't verify. So what I am urging you is it's very inexpensive. It's very easy to either get a trademark or a DBA for your business targeting high commercial intent keywords that are going to be the best for you and your business. If you're looking to dominate and crush your competitors, nothing is going to do it more than having your actual business for the high commercial intent, $24, $75 keywords. These are just 2 or 3 different examples. You could do this in any niche, any market. You can get as many DBAs as you want. You could trademark whatever you want as long as you pay the fee. This is a strategy that I've been using. My competitors have been using. I want you to know about it. I want you to start dominating your local Google Maps and Google My Business SERPs. My name is Chris Palmer. You can feel free to go ahead and read the study at Search Engine Journal. It will take care of everything that you'll need to know as far as the clicks, what's generating them, snippets versus organic, Google Maps and map packs compared to others. It goes over all kinds of stuff. With that out of the way, again, I'm not a lawyer. Check your laws. DBAs, trademarking, high commercial intent. This is how you dominate. You'll be able to get some quick wins. My name is Chris Palmer. If you have questions related to Google Maps SEO, Google My Business SEO, if you want a competitive advantage, you want to work with me, talk to me below, reach out to me. My name's Chris Palmer, and I look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business, How to Dominate Google Maps and Local SERPs video. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you in the next one. Google Maps! Proximity and precision. These are two massive words that come cascading in when thinking about ranking your business inside of Google Maps or inside the 3-pack. My name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business SEO tips video, what I want to share with you is regarding your service area. The first tip that I want to give you is in regards to showing your address or not showing your address for a service area business. The second tip that I have to give you is how to be very precise. How do I maximize a particular area? Proximity and precision is the topic here for ranking your Google Maps listing. Let me go ahead and share this with you. Regardless of the keyword, if you want to rank for pest control Florida and you're looking down the 3 top rankers for Google Maps, Google My Business inside the 3-pack, if all of them are showing their address, right? As we can see here, this particular service is showing it. This one's showing it. This one's showing it. If you go down, regardless of the keyword, let's go to another one. Let's do lawyer. Lawyer New York. All right, let's just take a look at the SERP. Who is currently the top performers? We can see here, this is an ad, this is an ad. This one here, as we can see, they're showcasing the address. I'm not saying that this niche would not showcase it, but I'm just trying to get you to a point of understanding that an algorithm does not care. If the SERP is calling for your business to have a place on the map or to be showcasing your address in order to be competitive, this is one of the check boxes that you need to check in order to compete and get your business seen on Google My Business or in Google Maps, definitely within the 3-pack. So the very first tip that I want to lay out regarding Google My Business service areas is showing the address or not showing the address. I completely understand that you might be at your home, you might be in a shared office, there could be other businesses or a magnitude of different reasons. But an algorithm does not, they don't care. They don't care. If the SERP is calling that I need to have a position on the board, on the map, and showcase my address in order to compete, I urge you to go ahead and share and showcase your address. All right, so this has to do with proximity. Now let's talk about precision. I made a video a few days ago setting up an account for a client. During that video, I was going through, and I'll go ahead and share that with you. I was going into a very particular area, a service area. Now, they do not hide their address. It's a very reputable company out of Florida that does pest control. But with that being said, they have a verified listing. They have a business in this location. All right. The SERP calls to show the address. Aside from that, what I'm getting at is when you have your location verified in a particular place, in a city, for this instance, it's Cape Coral. If you want to maximize the proximity, or if you want to maximize your precision for ranking, wherever your verified listing is, this says Cape Coral, you want to make sure to add all of the different variations of a particular city or town. What I mean by this is a lot of times when I'm doing audits for customers, for clients, I'll come inside of the service area and they're in Cape Coral and they'll just write Cape Coral, Florida. And then they'll have one. However, regardless of the city that you're going to, all right, regardless of where you're trying to rank, I want to point something out to you to maximize your service area, to maximize the chances that you start ranking, to maximize your Google My Business listing. All right, be very precise. If I have a verified location in Cape Coral, we're just going to use this for instance, or whatever city you're in, I urge you to go ahead and take a look and look up whatever the city is. So let's say Denver, Colorado, zip codes, okay? And what I urge you to do to maximize, all right, be very precise, but in a very precise location, to maximize your business being seen, what I highly suggest you do is maybe pull up a tool like this or any other tool, not this tool, but pull up a tool where you can look up your main city's zip codes. I wouldn't just take all these, but maybe bring up another one. zip codes for the city. So as you can see here, we have, these are all considered Denver, and I would go through these, the ones that say Denver, but there's more than just one zip code for a particular town or city, all right? For instance, okay, so let's go back over here. So as you can see here, there's what, 4, 8, 12, 16, there's 20 different zip codes related to Denver. As far as Google is concerned, if you're a business in Denver that serves Denver, I urge you to put in the zip codes for all of the zip codes that are pertaining to a particular location. The reason is we want to be very hyper specific for the locations that we service. In order to do that, we need to include each and every zip code that's associated with that area. Now, if it's completely out of the realm that you don't really service that when you're looking at the map, then obviously don't include it. But every single variation of zip code that I can add into a business, I would highly recommend doing that. So for this instance, it was a service area. They're all Cape Coral, but they're different zip codes. This is how we can get very precise in a particular city. So just to wrap up today's video, the first tip that I went through and shared with you is service area business, show the address or not. My recommendation is based on what is currently ranking or currently winning. What are the top performers doing? Is the SERP calling for you to show your and showcase your address? Then if so, I urge you to share your address. I know it might be your home, it might be this. I don't want people showing up. You know, a lot of times people are going to call first. I mean, you have to decide that for yourself. We're looking at an algorithm and ranking. If you want to rank or be competitive and the SERP is calling for it, I urge you to do this. Aside from that, number 2, your service area. To maximize and be precise in a very particular area, I urge you to put all the zip codes that are associated with the city or the town that you're verified in. The only way you're going to maximize proximity is to include that in your service area, but it's the same because if you look at a map of where you're verified, you're only going to get a 10-mile radius. So just to get the maximum benefit that you can, I urge you put all the zip codes of the particular areas just to be as precise as possible. Hey, I'm a business here. I operate here. Don't go farther than the actual area you're verified in. My name's Chris Palmer. If you have questions related to Google My Business, Google service areas, anything, feel free, ask in the section below, and I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business service area video. Have a wonderful day. In today's video, I'm going to share with you 5 Google My Business tips and tricks that you, the business owner, can use today. My name is Chris Palmer, and that's exactly what I'm going to share with you right now. So let's not waste any time. Let's get directly into the video. So first and foremost, in times past, it was often recommended to utilize and push multiple categories. Now, as we have moved forward in 2021, and I suspect moving forward, Google wants to know, this is your business. This is where your business is, or this is your service area. This is what you do. Do not try to stuff these things in there. If you take a look at my listing or any competitive niche, go look. Any top performers are utilizing either 1 or 2 very precise categories. Aside from the title, your categories are main factors aside from proximity, clicks, and engagement. But your title and your categories are the most prominent, effective things that actually move the needle. So stop stuffing them in there. Pick your main category, that's your primary, and pick one other of what you actually do. Don't try to stuff them in there. It is not a benefit. It's actually hindering your ranking ability. So if you take a look here, internet marketing service, that's what I offer. I offer services overall, and then a niche down from that, I do consultancy. This is my top 2. You really want to limit it to 1, but a lot of businesses are 2. Stop stuffing them in there, 5, 4. It's actually hurting you. All right, let's move on to the second tip. Now, I want you to take a look, and I want you to take it from the spammy top performers. One of the spammiest niches on GMB is going to be locksmiths. Nothing against you locksmiths. But if we know that locksmiths are ultra spammy, aka very, very competitive, and we go to some top performers in some of the top places, Locksmith New York, Locksmith Houston, Locksmith just plain old Texas, what I want to share with you is if you take a look in here, what they're doing, and you'll see this in other niches, is they're doing what is called a product or service stack. Now, again, if we come over here to Houston, again, a product stack, a lot of guys are going to do product and service stack. Now, I want to go ahead and share with you why this video came about today is from this gentleman here, more tips and tricks to rank Google business listings. So I want to thank you for this. I didn't want to do it at the beginning of the video, but let me go ahead and share with you what I mean by the product and service stack. So within Google, depending on the type of service you provide or the type of business you have, the category you're in, you're going to be able to do product and you're going to be able to offer services. Some of you might only have services, some of you might only have products. But with that being said, if you take a look, let's utilize this site. I don't know who it is. I just think it's a good example. If we take a look, and also let's do garage door repair, New York, I think it is. If we take a look at the product and service stack, let's just go over here. We'll go in here to maps. Pretty much any business that's competitive. Let's go see this guy. I guarantee you, if we go look at this particular website, I guarantee it's garage door, garage door, garage door, garage door, garage door. And then if you look at the services and the products, if you match and mirror, let's just take a look at this quickly here. I haven't been to this particular site, but I just know from doing this. Take a look. Garage door, garage door, garage door, garage door, right? You match and mirror, and I call it product and service stacking. If we want to boost, a tip or a trick is we're going to line it up on our website and we're going to match and mirror it over to our Google My Business. And what I feel and what I've seen has been very effective is the product and service stack, product service stack. So you're looking at your website, you're going to mirror it over garage door, garage door, garage door, garage door. Well, what do we offer? Garage door repair, garage door repair. Garage door product is our repair, right? You see what I'm getting at? Like, let's take a look. Garage door repair. That's a product now, okay? And then that's a service. We come back over here. Garage door openers. That's a product. That's a service, okay? We're doing the product and service stack, which is mirroring the website, all right? That's my second tip. Let's keep moving on here. Now, another one, what I want to do is I want to share with you this. Now, this is not a white hat tactic, but a tip that will certainly move you up, with the title of your business and your category being one of the biggest factors. Getting your main keyword or your main location into the title is going to be a very big needle mover. What I mean by this is I have Chris Palmer Marketing, okay? This is my actual name, but if you want to get the needle moving, all right, and again, this is not white hat, but it will move the needle. You want to get your location or your keyword into your name. Now, I'm not saying run out and change this, but it does move the needle. This is a tip. Again, this is not white hat. It's not in the guideline, but it does move the needle. Again, your proximity, clicks and traffic, your title, and your category are the main four movers of Google My Business. All right, that's an added tip just to share with you. Now, let's keep going down the list here. So we have title, we have the product. I want to share with you this. Now, you guys that are saying, and gals that were asking about businesses, if you're going to go out and produce multiple listings, take it from our friends here at Texas Premier. I want you to take a look here. I did locksmith in Texas. If we take a look here, locksmith Premier, we're going to right click, open a new tab. And then if we go down here, if you take a look here, if you have multiple locations, all right, you can get multiple listings on the board. This is a tip, not necessarily a trick. You don't need to run out and create subdomains, which you could, but you could put them on the same domain on an internal page or a subfolder, all right? So take it from our friends here. If you have multiple locations, You want to send those to separate internal pages, or you can create a subdomain, but we want to create one big authority brand. You can send them to internal pages. You don't need to create whole nother websites. You don't have to create a subdomain. You can, it is effective, but what I'm getting at is you want to create one big authority and take it from this gentleman, or it could be ran by a woman, who knows. But I want you to take it from this particular brand here. You can send it to internal pages. And then last but not least, I have another tip for you. Is going to be, and this came about, I learned this about a week ago, but I was reading this recently. I was talking to my friend Joy, and I want to share with you this. So let's go to Buy iPad. I want to share with you, this is my last tip, last trick for you business owners out there that have stuff on hand. Say you're selling a product. I've worked with multiple iPhone repair, iPhone sales, phone sales, these types of businesses. And if you take a look here and we come over here to shopping, I want you to take a look at this. So if we come inside of here, this is relatively new. What you'll see is there's a feature, Buy iPhone. Here, let's go to iPhone. This will be the last one. So if we come in here to Buy iPhone, available nearby, click nearby, and then see this portion here where it says pick up today, and see how this is AT&T, T-Mobile, AT&T. These are big stores, but now it is an option for small businesses to have this feature. Let me introduce to you a company called dbaplatform.com. Now it's actually available if you're able to get it. If you're a business, right, and you're able to get this, maybe you offer products on site, it's now available to you. You don't have to be a massive brand to be able to have this feature of pick up today, or this particular feature. It's actually in store. It's available to you now. This is a tip. This is a trick. This is something I want to share with you today. This is an added bonus for you guys that are maybe selling products, and gals, of course, that are selling products. So my name is Chris Palmer. I hope that these Google My Business tips and tricks have been helpful for you. If you have any other questions related to Google My Business, Google My Business tips, Google My Business tricks, if you have anything, local SEO, digital marketing, Facebook ads, Google ads, YouTube ads, really anything, always feel free. Go ahead and ask me in the comments below, and I most certainly look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business tips and tricks video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer, and in today's Google My Business tips and tricks tutorial, I want to share with you multiple Google My Business tips in order for you to easily find your customer ID, because Google has changed the way the source code is presented. Along with that, I'll share with you Google My Business tools for knowledge graph to get to hexadecimal, semi-decimal. You'll also be able to find your CID easily. I'll also show you in this tips and tricks video on how you can find your competitors' categories, and along with that, I'll give you some other Google My Business helpful tips. So let's kick this off. I don't want to waste any time. Let me share with you the new way to find your customer identification number within Google. Now, please note, every business is issued this. So let me go ahead and share that with you now, because they have changed the source code, and then I'll also share with you an easy-to-use tool. So first and foremost, if you want to find it the manual way, here is the new way to do that. So first and foremost, you will want to go to google.com, and I am using Google Chrome for this tutorial. If you're using another browser, unfortunately, I'm not. So let me just share with you how to do it on Google Chrome. So first and foremost, go to google.com. You'll be presented with a screen that looks much like this. Might be a little different. The next thing that you'll want to do is type in your business name, all right? For this particular example, I'm going to go ahead and use my own business name. Once this pops up, you're going to see your business name. Your website will probably be at the top. You will want to see this small bar here. Click on Maps. Now, it's automatically going to fill in your business name because that was your primary search. Now, once inside of here, the next element is inside of this white piece. As you can see here, you will want to right-click on your mouse and click on View Page Source. Again, I'm using Google Chrome. So once inside of the source code, you used to be able to search for hashtag LRD, right? You would hit Control F or Control Find, and then look for hashtag LRD. That no longer works. Now, you also used to be able to do along the same lines. What you would type in is Control F or Control Find, and then you would type in Ludo CID. And generally, right in here, what there would be is that hashtag LRD. And what would be here would be your actual customer identification number. Now, they've actually made it a little bit easier to find, even though I was asked to do this video to share this with you. Let me go ahead and share with you how easy it is. So now that you have the very first Ludo CID, if you look directly to the right of that, there's going to be a string. It'll say U, there'll be the letter U and some numbers. Right after the letter, all right, the first letter after the U003D here on my end, yours might be different. It might say like U004 or 001. It might be different, but it's always right to the very first one to the right is going to be your customer identification number. So if you go here and just go all the way to the first letter, what you're going to see here is your customer identification number. All right. Now, let me share with you a quick and helpful tip and tool that is going to allow you to find certain particular details a lot faster. So if you come back to Google Maps, all right, what you'll want to do is type in your business name. And once you type in your business name, a URL up in the URL field is going to be broadcasted across the screen. A very long, it'll contain longitude and latitude details along with browser details, right? So what you will want to do is copy that entire string and go over to plepper.com. No, I'm not affiliated. I just really like this tool. It's quite helpful. So what you'll want to do is head up to the very top where it says Tools. Click on Tools. You don't need an account. They allow you to utilize their tool set complimentary, free. There's other tools that do this. I just want to share this with you. Click on the CID converter tool. All right. Now, once inside of here, what you're going to find is your CID or link to maps. Just go ahead and paste in that entire URL string and then click on the button that says Convert and Generate. Now, what's going to be converted and generated is going to be a magnitude of different things. Let me share that with you now. If we scroll on down, you will see your CID decimal. So again, that's that number that we found inside of here. When we right-clicked, went to View Page Source, we hit Control F, typed in Ludo CID. Remember that first one to the right here, all these numbers here, how I showed you how to do it manually? This tool will go ahead and just pull that code right back out of here. So here's the CID hexadecimal. Depending on what you're doing, you might want the hexadecimal version. But if you take a look right down here, URL to Google Maps, here's your CID or customer identification. So this will actually, if people search this or say you have it on your website, it'll launch this particular page here. But along with that, they're adding in some extra details. If you take a look here, they're generating a URL to your knowledge graph panel, all right? And this is containing your CID here, all right? And then also you can report a problem. But what I want to share with you is they'll give you the embed code. They're giving you embed code for Google Maps plus the styling. They're giving you a lot of little helpful tips, all right? And I'm glad I could share that with you. Let's move on to the next tip, which is going to be another machine code called the Machine Readable Entity ID. Yes, I've shared this in another video, but I wanted to go ahead and recap this video, these tips and tricks again for you. But let me go ahead and share with you how you find the Machine Readable Entity ID. This is very, very useful for machine code stringing. Perhaps you're creating URLs to send links to. Perhaps you're embedding these. Perhaps you're just sharing these online or on your website. Let me go ahead and share with you how you can find your Google My Business Machine Readable Entity ID. Every business, every place has an entity ID. Where I'll also show you how you can find your place ID next. But let me share with you the Machine Readable Entity ID now. So again, we will go to Google. I'll start from the very beginning so you can follow along. You will want to type in your business name. So for me, it's Chris Palmer Marketing.
Once on Chris Palmer Marketing, you'll see this bar here. As you can see, it's up top here. You will want to click on the Maps tab. So I'll go ahead and click on that. That's Maps. Once Maps pops up, you'll want to click on this white space, right click. When you right click, you'll view the page source. Once on the page source page, it will look like this. You will want to go ahead and do Control F. That's Control Find. And you will want to type in /G/. This number right here after the /G/, this is your machine readable entity ID. All right, so this is great to add in to your knowledge graph link if you're doing machine code stringing. You can go ahead and add this into your has map inside of your schema. You can share this link. But let me move into the next tip. The next Google My Business SEO tip is going to be, how do I find my leading competitors' categories? So let's say that you are an SEO consultant much like myself. Let's say that Chris Palmer Marketing, that's me, this is your leading competitor. Let's start from the very beginning. So we're going to start at the very beginning. We're on Google. You're going to type in your leading competition. So let's just say it's Chris Palmer Marketing. Let's say that I'm your main competitor. Once brought to this particular page, again, you will go to Google Maps. You'll bring up the panel from the business, your competitor, and what you're going to see underneath the reviews is the top category or the primary category for this business. Once you have the primary category, you will want to highlight it and then copy it. And then to this right-hand side, you'll right-click and you're going to view page source again. Now, if you're utilizing Google Chrome like I am, what you'll want to do is go ahead and click on line wrap, and you will hit Control F yet again to find a particular element, and all you need to do is paste in that primary category. And once you take a look up here at the primary category, it'll highlight where the instances of the primary category are repeated within the page source. And all we have to do is just go look through this. And as you can see, the third one down is then going to give you my secondary categories. So here's internet marketing. It's highlighted because I'm finding it. And then as you can see here, right next to it is my secondary category, which is marketing consultant. So this is how you will find your top competitors' categories. Now again, if you're competing in a particular niche or for a particular SERP, you want to match and mirror your competitors in order to be able to dominate a particular SERP. So this is how you will find your competitors' secondary categories. And let's go in and move to the very last tip. So far we have gone over how to find the CID. I've also given you a code on a code to get the machine readable entity ID. I shared with you a tool, also how to find your competitors' categories. And last but not least, if you don't know already, I'm going to share with you on how to get your place ID. So this is going to be Google Place ID Finder, and what you're going to find is there's an actual tool within the developers tool. It's going to showcase a map, and all you have to do is type in your business. So for me, it's Chris Palmer Marketing. Okay, and then once you have Chris Palmer Marketing, it's going to issue me my place ID. So right on Google Maps platform, that's developers.google.com/maps/documentation. It's all right here. It's quite a long URL. This is how you'll find your place ID. You can also find your competitors' place ID. Again, these machine codes are great for machine code stringing. This is good for sending traffic through. This is good for sending links to. These links are very good to have within the site for authority outbound links. So I just wanted to go ahead and share that with you. And then last but not least, what I want to go ahead and give to you now is going to be another way or another element that you might want to add into your maps or your places as another tip or trick is, let's take a look at our state. So I'm in Pennsylvania, okay? So once you're in Pennsylvania, what you're going to find is they actually have their own knowledge panel. Each state has it, so do cities and towns. So this is great to encompass inside of your schema. And let me go ahead and mention or showcase what I mean by this. So if we come over here to maps and you type in Pennsylvania, as you can see here, there's share links, there's embeds, right? And more notably, if we take a look here, we right click and we go to view page source. We hit Control F. Okay, we'll do /G/. It's P. These are the place IDs. Okay, I put G on my mistake. It's P. We're looking for the place IDs of the actual state or city, or if you have a service area business, you might want to collect these, all right? So these are the tips and tricks for Google My Business, Google Maps. I hope that you've enjoyed this tutorial, the tools that I've shared. My name is Christopher Palmer. If you have any further questions related to Google My Business, Google Maps, SEO, local SEO, really anything, search engine optimization, Google My Business, Google Maps, affiliate, anything at all, always feel free. Go ahead and ask in the comments below, and I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business tips and tricks video. Have a wonderful day. Attention business owners, I want you to keep your Google My Business listing safe. My name is Chris Palmer, and in this video, I am going to give you a valuable tip that will certainly keep your Google My Business listing ultra safe throughout 2021 and years to come. So recently I had a request to work with a particular agency that were going through and creating and sending out massive amounts of ownership and manager role requests. So regardless of what side you're on, if you're a black hat or a white hat, this tip is ultra powerful, and I want you to know exactly what to look for. So let me go ahead and show you. This is a legitimate Google My Business. This is a legitimate email from Google. All right, requesting access and or ownership. It might be slightly worded differently depending on the type of access that they're requesting. And it'll come from Google, and this is again a legitimate email coming from Google, and it will be stated just like this. This is what the email will look like. So it'll say that this email address has requested ownership, and I have seen very clever email addresses that will make a unsuspecting Google My Business owner, right? A nail salon in Idaho, it'll make an unsuspecting owner think that this is the right thing to do and grant access to these scrupulous companies. There are businesses doing this at scale, and I want to bring this to your attention. Now, let me go ahead and show you how easy it is and what they're doing. So let's just do it with my business, just so you can get an understanding of what I'm talking about. So Chris Palmer Marketing. All right, so let's just go ahead and look at it. And on every single business, what you're going to see is over here, see where it says own this business? You can click on own this business, and it'll take you through the process. Now, obviously, I'm attached to another business with this account, so it didn't go through it. But all someone has to do to request access is to either click that button and take you through the process, or sign up for a new account and put in your business name as if it's their own to request access. Now, depending on, what I'm giving you is this tip, be very, very, very cautious of emails like this, even if it looks legitimate, because the email address could be from maybe a Google site. It could be a mock email address to where the domain looks like a Google domain. It could be a mock email address, could look like your business domain. You could think that, hey, Google's sending me this, they want access. Who knows? You could be in a hurry. You could just be clicking. You click yes. You think you're going in. This is what I'm getting at. Now, these will not only come to your email, but they will also, I want you to check this. I did a quick search here just so you know exactly what to look for. These requests will come into your dashboard. Okay, and then I type this in, check Google My Business for manager requests. So ownership, management, almost the same thing. These requests
will arise to the top. All right. Again, there are agencies, there's people out there submitting mass requests just trying to get lucky. I do not want you, if you watch my channel, I do not want you to slip up. I want you to be aware of this. All right. So take a look at this. To check the status of your request, sign into Google My Business or click the link in your confirmation email. If your request is approved, you'll be notified by email and can change the business profile in Google My Business. Again, be very cautious. Like I just mentioned, you can get it from your dashboard. You can check from your dashboard people making requests, right? What if somebody was just sending mass requests and just so happens to send the request when you are waiting for an email from somebody that you trust as a manager and you just click the button by accident? Be very, very cautious. This is my tip of the day for Google My Business. Be careful, be thoughtful, take your time, check your dashboard, check your emails. My name is Christopher Palmer. If you have any further questions related to Google My Business, if you have questions about local SEO, digital marketing, Facebook ads, Google ads, YouTube SEO, YouTube ads, I mean anything, always feel free. Go ahead, ask me in the comments below. I answer every question, every single question. It matters to me. I want to help you. Ask the questions and have a wonderful day. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. I'll see you then. Hey, give me 30 seconds. Stop getting caught in the rain. My name is Chris Palmer. I have developed a step-by-step training that will allow you to index your pages instantly. Stop waiting for your websites to index. If you want to be able to index your web pages instantly on Google and Bing, click the button below. I've created a training. Go ahead, click the button now. I'll see you there. This is how to rank higher on Google Maps, no fluff tutorial of what you need and how to do it. So first and foremost is the image. This is the hard one, all right? You need this. Let me show you how to grab them, okay? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna look for your business, okay? You head over here to Google, type in your business, Chris Palmer Marketing. I'll use mine as an example, all right? Click on the photos. Once inside of photos, you're gonna go up to the very top where there's white space, right click, go to view page sort, or I'm sorry, go to inspect. Once you're inside of inspect, click on sources. Once inside of sources, what you're looking for is you're looking for your maps. All right. Once inside of maps here, no, it's not inside of maps. It's called IH5. Okay. Now under IH5, you go to P and see these right here. These are your images. These URLs, when you go to here, copy link address, watch, paste. All right. That's the actual image, okay? Now this strategy also works for posts. This strategy works for user reviews. Same exact thing. Find them, go into the sources, grab them, get the URL, pump traffic, all right? Very helpful. No fluff, I'm getting right to the point here. Next, let's go on the list. Review image. It's done the same way, all right? Organic directions, organic. Now, when we're talking about organic, that's stacking up your keywords, LSIs, and locations. All right, you're going to make a bunch of queries. The main thing you need to know is at the end of each query, we always want to include our machine readable entity ID. So no matter what, it's always going to be plus and KGID equals. So I could write anything I want here. So you're always going to include Chris Palmer Marketing, okay, or whatever your business name is, and then we need to include our location, a location query, a keyword query, or an LSI query, along with our brand name and our machine readable entity ID. Now, if you want to get crazy, you might not have to, but you could probably put SEO plus consultant plus digital plus marketing, okay? Then you grab it. Copy it, bring it over, okay? Toss it in, okay? See the problem, right? We want to associate the keywords and the locations with our query. I wanted to show you that. Don't do that, okay? We're always associating our brand name with keywords and locations, and we're also including our machine readable entity ID, all right? So that's that. Next is going to be organic directions and map directions. All right. So regardless of the fact, you're either going to you're initiating directional based queries inside of organic or within maps, and they're looked at differently by Google and Google My Business. All right. So here is the organic. Okay. So this could be, I don't know, Philadelphia to Chris Palmer Marketing. Now this is a directional request including the brand name. Okay, so it's a double whammy. That's why it's so powerful. So this is your organic request. So search query equals, right? And I put an example inside of this template for you. Next is map directions. So here is the example. Copy. We put it in here. All right, so it's a directional request from a location to my business. So from there to me, this is the example that I'm giving you. So from this location to me, these are requests that we want to do. At the end, when I cover the need part, this need, I'm going to really go through exactly what you need on how to get all these things and what's important. And really why this is important is for when you're running your search-based queries and you're including different variations, you need these terms. You want them to be showing up. It's very important. I need to be found for other things than my primary keywords. All right, moving down. GMB post views. Again, this is AL. So your GMB post views. Okay, now that share link, this was shared on social media and then it was found. All right, so when you go to your posts and you get your share link, when we're running traffic, we're running referred traffic. Or you also want to post these things. So if we're using a service or verified service, run it through, but send it through this link. Okay, we don't want to send a cut and dry URL that's on a Google server, because how would they have found that link? It has to be from a refer. It initiates from a refer. So whether the refer is your website, refer is a social media site, whatever the case is, use a referral, use that code, send traffic in, utilizing that. Next, going down the list, CID searches to be found with Plepper. All right. So here's what's needed, and then here's what you need to use in order to find it. All right, so I went through all the types of traffic that we're going to be sending. Here's the setups of them. I've also given examples, okay? Here's another look at it. Here's your machine ID. So let's start with locations. All right, so there's two types of locations that are very important, all right? So, and here's how you find them. So if I go over here to Google and I type in whatever the bigger, broader, municipality, or for me, it's called a county. So I'm in Tamaqua, but I live in Schuylkill County, PA, okay? Google is gonna give us a radius, all right? So what I wanna do is anything that bolds up is important, okay? These are particular sections that are very important that I want to include when I'm doing branded searches. When I'm also including my machine ID, or maybe I want to throw in my CID. When I'm doing searches, I want to get searches that are including these locations, especially directional requests. Also, so when I'm doing my directional requests, where are they coming from? They're coming from these locations, from here to my business, from here to my business. Aside from that, when I'm running branded search phrase traffic, I want it to include these locations. All right, Gordon, SEO consultant or internet marketing service, Chris Palmer marketing SEO. We want it to keep triggering inside of the queries, right? We want to initiate these queries. Next. So that's going to be locations. I also want to chime this in, all right? There's an addition to the locations. So we're inside of Schuylkill County, but when we're talking about Google My Business, this is important. It's generally a 10-mile radius, right? So what I'm looking for is you want to find where your business is or what's relatively close. And if you're service-based, you still gave them an address, right? It is what it is. Let's go to Chris Palmer Marketing, okay? All right, now what I want to do is we need to figure out, so whatever town you're in, so list of streets in Tamaqua, Pennsylvania. So wherever you're at, whatever your main range is, list of street names in Tamaqua, okay? This site right here, geographic.org, will do it for anywhere, any city, town, country, doesn't matter. These guys have it. This is where you go. Here's how you find it. All right, let's move on down the list here. So these are the needs. All right, so we found our locations. So I need the streets, right? And then I want the actual locations. Aside from that, keywords. Here's what's important when we're starting to formulate different search phrases and search features. We want to utilize a couple different types of keywords. So let's say my primary is SEO consulting. When I'm running traffic or formulating traffic patterns, I want to utilize exact match. I put in my primary keyword that's associated. Or better yet, if you're really hyper-focused on GMB, put internet marketing service. Okay, so internet marketing service, which is a primary category for an SEO on Google My Business. Inside of here, we're looking for what's related. Okay, so we have our related search phrases. Okay, but more notably, we want to take a look at these terms over here. So when we're formulating different searches, all right, we want to include the LSI terms, okay, or the co-occurring keywords. We also want to include any of these phrases that make sense to us. This isn't like a super fast thing. Take your time with it. Also, if you don't want to do it this way and you want to niche it down, so let's just say I'm primarily focused on SEO consulting. We take a look inside of here. We go to our exact match. All right, this is the one that I usually do the most. I grab all of these that make sense. All right. Again, take a look at the co-occurring keywords. These are definitely the words that I want to be including when I'm creating these phrases, right? When I'm creating these search strings that I'm putting into the query log consistently over and over, tens of thousands of times, right? What do I want to associate my brand, business, and service with? All right. So aside from that, let's move on. Next is going to be LSI terms. I talked about that. I talked about keywords, locations, and then locations is going to include towns / streets. Okay, competition. Now this is also important. So what I mean by competition is this. So when we're taking a look inside of here, let's say that we are SEO New York, because I live in a small town, there's not really competition here. So SEO New York, if I'm back, I want to send directional requests from the competitors. I also want to initiate search directional requests from the competitors. So figure out who your competitors are organically and also within maps. I want to start associating myself with the top performers only, from them to me. It's not going to be a consistent thing, but it definitely needs to be added into the mix. So who's outperforming you inside of maps? Who's outperforming you here? Start making those associations. We're directly associated with this, okay? If you want to start running verse queries, review queries, whatever the case is, that's up to you. I'm just giving you the information. Next is your machine ID and CID. Okay, so for this, what you do is this. Okay, so we'll come over here. We're going to go to our business. Here's the machine ID. This is how, when inside of the training packet that I sent you, when we're adding the end plus the GID, right? We're adding this in. This is the knowledge graph, okay? This is how you grab this. This is your machine readable ID. So you go to your business on maps, you type it in here, you come down here inside this white space, you right click on Chrome, you go to view page source, Control F, /G/. Chris Palmer Marketing, make sure it knows where I am. Go here, right click, view page source, Control F, /G/. Okay, this is your number right here. Every business has it. That's your business, okay? Next, we also want to take a look at the CID. For this, the same URL that you're already on, copy this up here, this whole string here, and go to pleper.com, okay? Once inside of here, come up here to Tools, go to CID, scroll down, copy, paste. convert, generate. Now, this right here is your CID. You want to add in CID searches, okay? This is up here inside of your training here. CID searches, GMB post views, need refer, perhaps social media. So that's going to wrap up today's Google My Business, Google Maps, how to rank in Google Maps training. No fluff, done. See you in the next one. Local SEO and local SEO citations. What I want to discuss today is NAP consistency. NAP consistency for multiple locations. I want to talk about citation building cleanups. Should you be paying for it if you move locations? What if I move locations? Should I rebuild or should I clean up? What is the process? Everything to do with local SEO, NAP consistency in multiple locations. That's exactly what I'm going to cover today. My name is Chris Palmer, and I do not want to waste any time. So let's get directly into it. So first and foremost, the very first thing that I want to cover is going to be the freshness algorithm. Now, this will all come full circle and it will all make sense in just a moment. So the very first thing is how search algorithms work. Now, this isn't some random article. This is on Google's website. They're trying to be transparent. Now, most of the time it has to do with news, but all the time for each query, they're always looking for the freshest content. So with that being said, if we know that Google has a freshness algorithm as showcased here, and down here you can read more about it or visit this URL, we know they're always looking for fresh content. But Chris, I thought we were talking about local citations, multiple locations, and consistency. We are, but I need you to know that Google always wants the fresh content. Now, the second piece is if we are looking for queries, all right, and we know Google's looking for fresh content. Most businesses, let's just use mine for instance, have a Google My Business listing. Inside of your Google My Business location, regardless if you have one location or multiple, if they're verified, you're going to have your address. But Chris, what if I hide my address? What if I'm a service-based business? You still give them an address, right? So with that being said, these details are still in the system. You're going to add the fresher content to your Google My Business. And there's one more step. You know, we know that Google is, especially for local, they're taking our Google My Business details and they're also looking at our website. And we know this because if we do a query, I'm using this query for one reason and one reason only, because I know it'll pop the result I need just to make a point. If you scroll on down, take a look. Their website mentions Quad City movers. So this means they're reading the data. Is what I'm showing users on Google My Business, is that what exactly I'm showing users over on my website? They want to make sure. Much like when you're doing your on-page optimization, your title tag and your H1 should be very similar because Google wants to know, hey, is what they're showing us, is that what they're showing users? They want you to be a transparent business. They want to know what's fresh, and they're reading both sets. So, do I feel, all right, this question, if I moved, which I have, all right, we'll take mine as instance. I had a business over in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. I moved to Tamaqua, Pennsylvania. Did I rebuild or did I go over and spend $500 or I don't know this service. I'm just using this as an example. You know, I'm sure you could get it cheaper or more money, but what I'm getting at is, do you think that I would have spent the money to have a cleanup service, or is it just a scare tactic so they can offer us a service, right? It's a scare tactic. It doesn't matter. A, Google's looking for the freshest piece of content. B, they're reading the information that we put inside of our Google My Business details. And C, they're going and reading and corresponding what's on the website. So do I need to spend money or spend time, because it's going to be one or the other, cleaning that up, or should I just build new? My best advice is I would just build new and make sure all of these details are going to be
congruent with one another. Now, there's one more step that you need to go ahead and take care of. All right. And this is something called data aggregators. Now, I'm not promoting these businesses or services, but you're going to have to pay for this. And after I move locations, or if I have multiple locations, one of the first things I always recommend business owners is to go ahead and submit to your data aggregators. Now, there's one company in particular. You could take a look here. Here's a graph. We could look at pricing. I don't use them for anything else other than data aggregator submission. You can read more about data aggregators if you would like on this page, or we could go for what's a data aggregator. Take a look here. It's submission to your business details, all right? It's for your business details to be submitted to all of these different places. So if I move locales, my website says my new details, my new citations say the details, and also my Google My Business say the details, the next step is going to be pay the $60 because that's the cheapest. Literally, it's the cheapest to be submitted to all three main data aggregators like Info Group, amongst others. It's $60. Pay the $60, you're going to be, it's so much better than paying for $500 cleanup. All right, let's move on. What about multiple locations? This is something that happens quite consistently. Chris, citations, what if I have multiple locations? Well, let me break this down just a little bit more, but keep those other thoughts in your mind. The freshness and Google's corresponding details, okay? Remember those too, but now let's elaborate a little bit more for multiple locations. Now, when we're talking about multiple locations, all right, there's a couple ways to go about this. All right, now I want you to take a look at this page here. So you can use what is called a subdomain. Now, a subdomain, if we're targeting by state or by county, you could do, houston.mainwebsite.com. Let's say we're targeting a new state, all right? Now, a better way to do it so we can retain all authority is build an internal page, or, it's going to be a subfolder of the main domain. So much like this second result. So this is a subdomain. This is a subfolder, all right? So it's going to be mainwebsite.com/, then you could have your state and then your location. Now, when you have multiple locations, right? This is a question I get quite consistently. Should I be building new citations to each locale? Now, I got a lot of guff from this because I made a video saying, hey, you guys want an edge, you need to be following the same process. Remember when you had your main verified listing? You went out, you got your verified listing, right? You have your GMB. What did you do? You built your initial citations to the home page, submitted to aggregators, maybe some secondary directories. So if we know that Google, let's take a look here briefly, and this is from Search Engine Journal. They might not be SEOs, but I see them on the chats. They have good communications with Google. I would take their word for it on this one, right? But Google ranks web pages, not the entire website. So why, if I have multiple locations, why wouldn't I initiate and build out a secondary set of citation services? Why wouldn't I go ahead and do that? So what I want to get at is this. Let's come back over here. Stick with me here. Is this. It's going to be the best thing for you and your business if you have multiple business locations. First and foremost, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and get your business verified within Google. The next step is the best thing to do is create your subfolders and build your initial citations, of course, here. But for each location, because Google ranks pages, not the whole site, each page is looked at as its own entity, build citations to each of those new locale pages, not each little town. But if you have a top level page like a municipality and then you list the towns, or maybe you list a state and you have all your subdirectories, the best thing to do is build your secondary citations here, all right? Build it to the top level page or the state page, all right? Because again, we know that Google's looking for the freshest details. We know that Google is corresponding data from the GMB. Again, they're corresponding the data, as you can see. They're looking at the website. So each one of these internal pages is going to have the verified listings address on it, a separate phone number on it, and
AP, name, address, phone number. So I have a new address, a new phone number, and I have a different name. Generally, when you have your locale pages, if I have multiple locations, it's going to be Kentucky Fried Chicken, Houston, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Fort Myers, Florida, whatever the case is. So we want to have different locales, different name, address, phone number on different pages with different verified listings with new citations. Multiple locations, multiple citations. All right, now last but not least, let me touch on this. I get this one quite a bit. What about a service area business? Now, when you're creating and you're setting up your details, you're still giving an address, right? You still have to get your mail somewhere. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage if you're not creating your citations, you're not putting out your details. If you have to hide it or if you have something to hide, that's fine. But go take a look at the map. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage if you're hiding your details. All right? So, my name is Chris Palmer. If you have any further questions related to local SEO citations, citation services, data aggregators, really anything at all, always feel free, go ahead and ask in the comments below, and I most certainly look forward to seeing you in the next local SEO, local citations video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google Maps SEO optimization video, I want to go ahead and share with you ways that you can start getting the Google Maps enhancement of their website mentions. If you've ever seen inside of Google Maps, underneath where the reviews and the name is, you'll see either reviews, that'll share a review, or it will also share with you their website mentions. Now, a lot of times people want to know, well, where is this information pulled from? But more importantly, if we can start to understand where Google is pulling from or what Google is reading in order to show an enhancement, then we can know for sure what it takes in order to optimize for higher rankings and to get more traffic from GMB and Google Maps. So I don't want to waste any time. Let me go ahead and walk you through exactly how you can start getting these enhancements and what Google is looking at. Now, I've actually went ahead and made a brief list here of what Google is looking at as far as getting this particular GMB or Google Maps enhancement. Now, what I'll do is I want to I'll go through the list briefly here, and then I'll go ahead and share with you some examples so you can get a deeper understanding. Again, the reason why it's not necessarily getting the enhancement, that's not the point of the video. The point is I want to share with you, yes, I want to give you that information, but I want you to start understanding what Google is looking at and why and how far they go, like what's important to them. This can help with your rankings. So let's not waste any more time. Let me get into it. Number one is the importance of the homepage. I cannot stress enough the correlation that Google is reading what's on the homepage. Everything starts from the homepage. It's all about the homepage and having that optimized and being spot on. Number two, the order of the words. So getting these things to showcase, regardless of the order, regardless of where they're at, there could be a word in the heading, there could be a word mixed up, it could be backwards, irrelevant of the order, does not matter. Number three, it's playing on to all the other stuff. It has to be on the homepage. The co-occurring keywords. So co-occurring means relevant. Relevant terms are also called LSI terms. It's co-occurring keywords. These are words often talked about when talking about a particular topic. Optimization is utilizing the keyword over and over and over again. Like if I'm a plumber, 24-hour plumber, I need to have 24-hour plumber the right amount of times to be optimized. But I need to talk about wrenches and water and heaters and all that stuff the right amount of times in order to be the most relevant. So co-occurring keywords matter the most, especially when we're talking about GMB and Google Maps, and especially when we're talking about your homepage. Why? Because I'm going to explain that to you. Google puts importance on relevance, aka for SEOs like us, they put importance on LSI or co-occurring keywords. All right, so number four, everything 99% of the times originates from the body. So to answer the big question of where are they pulling these details, they're pulling it from the body.
Yes, there's some instances where it's in the heading. There's also instances if you read number 2, order doesn't matter. They're going to pull 1 word, 2 word, 3 word. They'll put them together and say, hey, the site mentions this. Also, if the word is SEO experts, it could just say expert, and they'll just put 2 and 2 together and say, hey, you're in there. All right. Number 4 or number 5, I mean embeds. Again, things are originated from the body. Things are also originated from within the homepage, but Google is reading the embeds. They will take it. If it's on the homepage, they will see what's there and follow that through like a link and see what everything is, and they will read it. Okay, so let's go ahead and walk through these. Let me give you some examples. Importance of homepage. All right. Now, every single example, everything, and you can go look for yourself, everything originates from the homepage. As we're going through, I'll go ahead and prove this point as we're going through. That's basically what we're going to go through and give examples. That's like proof. So number 2, which I'll do as we go through. Number 2 is order of words does not matter. So let me bring you over here. As far as the order, if you come on into, oh my goodness. If you come on into real estate agent Tampa, okay, we'll just come on into here. What you'll be able to see is, or wait, that's wrong section. The order doesn't matter. If we go to SEO expert, okay, New York, all right, you'll be able to see if we come over here to this listing. And again, I don't know who these are, and they're not in any particular order. I'm just going through them as we see here. So the order, all right, so the website mentions SEO expert. So if we do a control F and we go SEO expert, okay, SEO expert, this is all within the body content, so I guess that proves that part of it. There's also an embed here, which is quite interesting. If you take a look at the embed, if you zoom in, it says SEO expert. That's just another tidbit. As we scroll on down here, again, SEO expert, it's in the body content, so I guess that takes care of that one. Let's do real estate, or let's do digital marketing experts New York. Okay, we'll go back to the order. All right, so let's take a look for their website mentions digital marketing experts, so this will take care of the order of the website. So if we do digital marketing experts, if you take a look here, where is it? Let's scroll on down here. So we'll do control F and we'll do let's do marketing digital. Let's look for the word expert. Watch this. So expert. So as you can see, expert digital marketing, right? So digital marketing experts, okay? So the order doesn't matter. Also, they've taken away the S because they've only used the word experts or expert one time on the page. So it doesn't matter the placement. It doesn't matter the order. They'll pull and match like, hey, this is a relevant search phrase. You were searching for this. This is relevant for this. It mentions it on the page. We'll even put it together for them. Very interesting. So that takes care of the order. Also the embeds, I'll share another embed with you in a moment here. So co-occurring keywords matter the most. Now we know this because when you come in here and you're searching for reviews, and I know we're talking about website mentions, but just to show you how much it matters to Google is when you look for any business at all. So let's just do SEO expert New York, okay? So we'll just stay with that SEO expert. When you come inside of here, let's just say we go to this guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know this website, so I'm very sorry. If you come inside of here and you go to reviews, as you can see, they're being showcased and sorted by, and they're started with and sorted by most relevant. Again, Optimization is using the primaries and secondaries the right amount of times. Relevance comes from, or LSI comes from, utilizing the words that often come up the right amount of times. That's optimization, or that's relevance. All right, so let's keep moving on here. Let's move on to the next example here. So it comes from the body and heading, and so far as you've gone through here, I've gone over number 1, that everything has been initiated from the home page. All right, so 4 comes from the body and headings the most. As you can see, that like from the last example, it doesn't matter the order, but again, it was the home page. The first example again was the home page. The other piece was I just wanted to cover relevance. That's why I showed you the reviews and how they're sorted, what's most relevant. That also gives you an insight of what words for your keywords are considered most relevant. That helps you when curating reviews as a side piece of information. On top of that comes from the body and heading tag. So no matter what we do, is if we go to SEO, let's just do expert Miami. Okay, we'll just do 2 examples here. This is to show that it's going to be the home page and generally from the body. All right, so if we just scroll down here, SEO expert Miami. So let's go back out here to Google Maps. Actually, not here. We'll go to Google Maps. So let's just do SEO expert Miami. And yeah, I went to a lot of the bigger cities just to make things simple. But if you take a look here, we'll go to this website here. We'll go to the website. Okay. And let's just find another one here. Website mentions. Their website mentions search engine optimization expert. So we'll come over here. All right, so let's come to here first. So what did they say that this site is saying is SEO expert Miami? So again, we're landed onto the homepage. We're gonna go Control F, and it's SEO expert Miami. See, again, there's no order, but it was mentioned on the page. The page is mentioning Miami, as you can see inside of the headings, of course, and also within the body, of course. That makes perfect sense, but it doesn't have to be in order. It's initiated from the body, all right? And Google's doing it for you. Let me give you one more example. So here's the Miami SEO guy again. This is not the homepage, so that's quite interesting. So let's come back over here. But this isn't the most relevant result. This guy is actually in Cleveland. It's just their website mentions. This is not a relevant result for SEO expert Miami, so I will take that out, but they did have a Miami page, so that's quite interesting. However, I did say that it is normally going to be initiated from the homepage, but they will crawl and go to another page. Let me go ahead and showcase that for you. All right, because that does make sense, but usually 90% of the time it's going to be initiated from the homepage, always. But that was a good example to show, hey, they will go, but it's not relevant for this search result. They're just pulling out words because they didn't have enough results for that search term, right? I did SEO expert Miami. They're pulling guys in Cleveland. Like, there must not be a lot of relevant results going on here. But I digress. Let's keep moving on here. The next piece is I want to go ahead and share with you how I know that the embeds, aka that they're going to go to another page, is I'll show you another type of example, which actually comes from Window Installation Virginia. Yep. So let's do this one. I'll go ahead and show you this. This was I worked on this in the past, a while back. We no longer work with this particular company, but they are implementing one of our strategies. If you take a look at their website and we come down into here, we click on this, as you can see, they are coming over to a PDF, which is just based off of a link, but it starts on the homepage, all right? It's the same thing. They are reading this stuff. All right, so let's keep moving on here. I just wanted to share with you that example, and let's go down the list here. And then embeds, that wasn't an embed, that's a link that goes over, but they will go to another page as long as it's relevant and it's linked from the home page. But let's keep moving here. We're going to show the embeds now. So let me share with you an embed. SEO expert, embeds in the body. Yeah, so embeds in the body. So let's just do I don't know, SEO expert New York. So their website mentions. I think I already showed an embed, to be honest with you, but we'll do one more. I don't know if I have any off the top. So, oh, here's an example. I shared this before. Let's just do locksmith Denver just to show that they're reading the embeds, and you could get these enhancements to trigger based on embed. Is there any here for this? I'll just go to the number. I'll just go to this one to showcase this. So we'll come over here. All right, just to show that they're reading embeds. And you come on down. This is a slider. This is like an embed in a way. But that's not the one that I wanted to show. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Let's just go to one more here. And I don't want this to be too long, so I'm going to have to cut this section out, so that stinks. SEO expert New York. Let's just go back to this page. Okay. Their website mentions, so we'll go over here to the website. I noticed that they have the embed that says SEO expert over here, and they had another embed down in here, I believe. Yep, inside of here. So this is a clutch embed where they're reading it. I went through here and I saw SEO expert. It wasn't even for their result, but it's inside their page embedded, which makes perfect sense. I'm sure you guys realize that they're reading the embed, so it makes perfect sense, and it's not that big of an issue. And then on top of that, of course, they have these down in here, which is always fun. These are very, very helpful, these map embeds. I would probably do it a little bit differently. And with that being said, this is the list for the website mentions. All right, the importance of the homepage. The order doesn't matter. Co-occurring keywords are more important than the actual optimization keywords. If we can utilize more of those, we're able to show up for more. We're able to just show up more. Embeds are being read. You can get enhancements from them. The words in there are being counted. On top of that, comes generally these details initiate in the homepage, and they're reading stuff generally, like when you see them, they're coming from the body content on the home page. Now, with that being said, if there is a relevant anchor text or an anchor text going from the home page to an internal page containing a co-occurring keyword or a primary keyword going to an internal page, much like that Cleveland guy, right? So his website probably talks about SEO and being an SEO expert. One of those pages from the home page clicks over to the Miami page. It works. It'll show an enhancement in the SERP. All right. So with that being said, that wraps up today's video. That's going to showcase and give you not only ways to understand Google a little better for more traffic, more rankings, more traffic, more business, more leads, but it's also a way that you can get your website mentions to get that enhancement inside the SERP. So my name is Chris Palmer. If you have future questions related to Google Maps or how you can get enhancements or get more traffic, get higher rankings, anything, feel free, ask in the comments below. And I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business SEO optimization how to get enhancements video. I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. In today's SEO for Beginners video, I'm going to share with you a SEO tip that's for beginners, for intermediate SEOs, and even experts. My name is Chris Palmer, and even myself, I get lost with keyword difficulty, cost per click, the newest, greatest techniques and strategies. I'm looking at volumes and the features and snippets, and you get completely lost. Now, what I want to do is I want to give you two tips that are so fundamentally simple, but they will exponentially help out your SEO campaigns. And time again, I speak with clients that I'm working with, or I speak with other SEOs, and they simply have not done these two things, and I want to go ahead and share these with you. The very first one is this, and they kind of work with one another, and it's simply I want to target a keyword. let's say I want to target the keyword SEO consultant or SEO consultancy. Now, I go out and I start creating a SEO consultancy page, and this is a product page that's put into a silo off of other service or location pages. This is just an example. Now, before I did this, I've looked at this particular result here, and I can see, okay, we have good volume, the keyword difficulty is not too bad, we have some SERP features. But something that I run into a lot, especially with clients, even some other SEOs, is I say, hey, are you sure this shouldn't be maybe a blog post? And I'm not saying that this keyword it should be, but not looking at the SERP and seeing, hey, what is Google rewarding? Is Google rewarding when I search a page? If I go out and I search for SEO consultancy, right? Is Google rewarding home pages? Is Google rewarding service pages? Is Google rewarding location pages or blog pages? What is Google rewarding? So by simply just doing a quick search, regardless if you want to use a search from search engine, like search from a particular location, so you know that you're in the same exact location, or even within SEMrush, you can search from a zip code, so you're actually there. I want to see what are the competitors that I want to compete with. What exactly are they doing? What kind of page are they producing? How long is the content? Are they using images? Are they using videos? Are they using forms? So by simply looking at your keyword from the location that you want to target and seeing what Google is currently rewarding, this will absolutely speed up the growth of your website. Now let me talk about tip number 2. Now tip number 2 is very similar, all right? And don't get me wrong here. It's relatively simple, but again, this happens all the time. Let's go ahead and take a look at a quick example here. So again, let's say that we want to search a particular keyword. And the keyword is, we'll stick with the same one, SEO consultancy. Now this comes up a lot. I talked with, I don't want to say the niche, but so let's just say it's SEO consultancy. Now, should I create dedicated pages for SEO consultancy and SEO consultant? Should I have 2 separate pages? Now we would know, yes, probably we would want it's all going to be contained in one page. But I want you to think about multiple examples where you're like, well, should I create multiple pages or should I only create one? And I've ran into this time and time again. What you need to do is you need to go out and look inside of Google and put in SEO consultancy, take a look at the results, or you can utilize SEMrush for this or any other tool that you want to use. Take a look at the SERP results. It's over here on the right-hand side. And literally take a look at the search results. And what does Google think when I search consultancy or consultant? Is it returning the exact same results? And do 2 or 3 searches or utilize whichever tool set that you have. The reason being is we want to see, does Google think that these are 2 separate keywords? Because if they're 2 completely separate keywords returning separate results, then we might want to create 2 separate pages. We might want to create them inside of a silo. This could be a supporting piece of content based on our main commercial intent content. And this is the 2 tips that I really wanted to give you. So to go ahead and recap on this, it's first and foremost, all right, when we are looking at creating a page or creating our site and optimizing our site, we need to see before we even start, what is Google currently rewarding? We want to literally go out to the SERP, even if we want to do searching from, even if we're targeting another country, another state, we want to go to I search from, we can sign up a search, look up a search, figure out what is Google rewarding. Is it a blog post, a service page, a location page? We want to see the videos, the word count, the forms, the everything, all of the details. The second tip that I shared today is we've created our our list from either our own pages, we know that we want to re-optimize, or we've pulled in our competitors, and let's say that this is our list of keywords. We want to know, does Google feel, or whichever search engine you're targeting, do they feel that these are the same exact keywords? Do I need standalone pages? Should I make these into a silo? Should I have them, completely by themselves, or maybe make an orphan? We need to see, is Google returning completely separate results for the keywords that we want to target? So we're not wondering like, hey, what should I be doing here? All right, so these are the tips that I wanted to give you today. I usually don't do SEO for beginners videos, but my name is Chris Palmer. If you have any further questions related to SEO, if you're a beginner, intermediate, an expert, if you have any questions at all, please feel free to go ahead and ask in the comments below, and I most certainly look forward to seeing you in the next SEO for Beginners video. Have a wonderful day. In today's video, I'm going to share with you the step-by-step framework that I've been implementing for a very particular chiropractor client of mine in order to significantly increase their sales and revenue for their medium-sized business. Now, it doesn't matter the vertical. It could be small business, medium business, large business. If you want to utilize video marketing, I'm going to share with you a tried and true video marketing strategy that I guarantee will help your business out. So let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it. So the very first thing is you're going to need a data set. All right, so that's step number one, is a data set. For this instance, I'm using SEMrush. It's one of my favorite tools. The next thing that you're going to need is you're going to need a Google Ads account. Okay, you're going to need a Google Ads account. So for me, I have a Google Ads account that I just set up just for this video so I can share with you, because I can't take you into the client's website. All right. Now, so you're gonna need your account, and you're also going to need your data set. Now, on top of that, you're also going to need a YouTube channel. The YouTube channel needs to be based on your brand, your business, your service. Okay? Whatever it is, you need to make a branded entity that's attached to your business. You should already have this. This is just good overall marketing for any business in 2021. All right? So YouTube, a Google Ad account, and also SEMrush or any other equivalent tool, if there is such a thing as an equivalent to SEMrush. I don't know, right? So with that being said, and with that out of the way, we're going to take our example keyword, which is going to be roofer near me. Now, I shared the first step of the strategy in a previous video. I'm going to walk you through the entire framework right now of how this will work. So we're going to do our seed set. Roofer near me is going to be one seed set. The example, this vertical, but you could put in anything. This could say chiropractor. This could say plumber. This could say doctor. This could say SEO. It could say anything. The very first thing is we put that inside of here, right here inside of this tool. The next step is we want to set some advanced filtering. Now, these advanced filters are going to be based upon video results. So for SEMrush, they have two ways to filter this. I'm looking for A, a video result, and B, a video carousel result. Now, in this instance for roofer near me, I have 224 types of videos that I can go out and create. Now, I'm not an affiliate, but for my client, I utilize a specific tool called Video Spin Blaster Pro. It's a $40 tool. I'm not an affiliate. It's just something that I use to crank out videos very quickly. With that being said, we have our tools. We make our 224 videos. We post them periodically, 3 per week on a consistent basis, targeting all of the keywords that have a video result so we can start generating data. Data for what, Chris, you ask? Well, I'm going to walk you through that right now. So now that we have our Google Ads account, our YouTube channel, and we have our keyword data, and we've already made our videos and we're posting them, we need to go ahead and finalize this step so we can start accruing some data, so we can start serving some ads to very select people that are already interested in our product, business, service, so we can let them get to know us, build some trust with our brand, right? Trust equals sales. I'm sure you're well aware. So let's go ahead and move forward. So we're inside our Google Ads account. Now, they've gotten a little tricky
tricky over time, right? Now, again, I just went in and just set this up literally for this video so I could share this with you. I can't take you into the other accounts. I can take you into mine though, no problem. So inside of here, there's a lot of different features, but I'm sharing with you one particular section that you need to master. I promise this section is the most important section inside of here. Now, when you come up here to tools, as you can see here, you're going to click on tools. Inside of tools, what you're looking for is the audience manager. All right. This is where all the magic happens. I'm going to make some other videos, a lot of videos, talking about PPC and utilizing strategies. But this is where we used to be able to set up the in-stream ads based on Google search. Now they've changed this and they've hidden this, but we'll talk about that in another video, but let's keep going here. So this inside of here, what we're going to do is there's remarketing, custom audience, and combined audiences. Now I just went in and set this up just for this video, but I want you to take a look at audience sources. Inside of audience sources, you're going to have a magnitude of different things. Now, there's two that you're going to want to utilize for this massive strategy, this video marketing strategy. One of them is going to be the Google Analytics. You can put in the Google Ads, but we want to put the tags, that's this, and Analytics, of course, you can put is onto the actual website. I also want to point out the Ads Hub Studio, but let me stick on track here. The next piece that I want you to do is that YouTube account that you have created for your brand or business. You need to attach it, okay? Attach that YouTube account where you've created the 224 videos based on the keywords that are very precise to your brand or business that we're trying to market. Attach that inside of here. Like if you come inside of here, this YouTube, I thought I'd be able to go in here. I've attached this. This YouTube section was right here. All you have to do is link the YouTube account to the ads account. Okay. Now, all of the data, anybody that watches your video, anybody that clicks on your video, anybody that searches your video on YouTube or finds it out in the SERP, we're going to be collecting data on them and being able to create custom lookalike audiences. I know that's Facebook terminology, but we're able to collect that data, get in front of not only those customers, but customers that are very equivalent to these customers. Okay. Now, this is the same thing for turning on your ads tag, all right, and putting that onto your website. Anybody that comes, we need to start collecting that data. Collect the data so we can remarket to not only those people, but also people that are like them. Very, very important. The main video marketing strategy that I wanted to share with you today, to break it all down, to recap what we just did here, is having not only a YouTube account that's branded, but having a tool to do searches based on video results. We create videos at scale. You could create 224 videos right now with this tool I recommended in less than a half hour. Literally, you could do a voiceover, make some really cool photos, stack them all up, make a video that's about 4 minutes long, crank out 224 videos right now, go into YouTube and schedule them out 4 a week, 3 a week, 5 a week, 7 a week, 1 a day, targeting all of these keywords. The next step after that, we have the branded YouTube. We've created the videos. We're targeting the right keywords. You're going to attach the YouTube account, the YouTube video, and I want you to note this. Embedding the video on other sites and having people click on it, that counts. Embedding that video inside and have somebody click on it, that's going to count. Having this Google Ads tag on your actual website, that's gathering data as well. You need to get as much data as possible. Again, we want to retarget, remarket to the people that saw it. On top of that, we want to be able to create our own custom audience. My name is Chris Palmer. I hope that this is helpful for you, your small business, your local business, your medium business, your business. If you have any questions about local business marketing, small business marketing, medium business marketing, video marketing, SEO, digital marketing, or need internet marketing services, ask about it in the comments below. And I always look forward to seeing you in the next How to Utilize Video Marketing to Increase Your Sales for Your Local Business video. Have a wonderful day. So you purchased a citation package. Inside of this citation package, it includes, but not limited to, the most relevant local citations. If you're in the US, sites like Yelp and Monta. It includes the most relevant. They could also be niche specific. But also included in these larger packages are the types of citations that are distributed on non-US based or perhaps foreign websites. So the question that I want to answer in today's video is regarding foreign local citation building. Is it worth it? Is it helpful? And is it hurtful? So these are the three questions that I really want to give you the answer by the end of this video. So of course, I don't want to waste any time. Let's get directly into the information. So first and foremost, if you're just looking for a quick answer, the answer is no. It's not going to hurt you. Now, when doing SEO, the O stands for optimization or optimal. Is it the most optimal? No. But I want you to refer back to backlink building. When we're looking at backlinks, regardless of the niche, all right, regardless of whatever niche you're in, if we're doing backlink building and say you're a plumber in Texas, okay, let's just use this as an example, a plumber in Texas. All right, I know we're talking about citations, but a citation is a name, address, phone number, right? A NAP, along with a website, a description, a URL, and some keywords that are built within. So with that being said, let's just take a look at this top performing website, not the .gov, but let's go right down here to the Plumbing Center. Let's just take, for instance, if I do a copy of this, I bring this website in, this particular page, we're going to go down to the actual root so we can take a look at the overall what's powering up this website. If we take a look down here at the backlinks, and again, a citation is a form of a link. I know the primary of the citation is the name, address, phone number, but there is generally a URL built within. Yes, they're usually no follow, but some do follow. And I think that this is where that question is coming from. Hey, I'm getting links from random places. Is this going to hurt me? And the point that I'm trying to make here is here's a plumber in Texas ranking at the top of class, #1 in a big state, the biggest state, I think, in the United States. And if we take a look here at their backlink profiles here, we'll take a look at the backlink analytics. Just stick with me here. Bear with me here. I want to get to the point. I wanted to do this fresh while you were here with me. But if we take a look here at the backlinks and we're taking a look at the backlink profiles, or even better yet, let's take a look at the referring domains, and we take a look down the list of referring domains. Yes, a majority is United States, which makes sense. We're in the United States. But this is Germany. This is not US. As we keep scrolling down here, we can take a look here. Here's Indonesia. This one probably, again, these are probably non-US. As we keep scrolling down here, here's another one, Germany. Here's another here, Indonesia. And the list will probably go on. And in different states, it'll have different profiles. But the point and the fact that I'm trying to make here is that regardless of where you are or what kind of link building or citation building you're receiving, the top performers don't only have one particular type of IP range coming in from a very particular type of country. So are these citations going to hurt your overall campaign? Absolutely not. But let's start talking about implied links. So an implied link goes back to a Panda patent, which was a Google patent, a core patent update, where Panda, which was the creator of the Panda patent, came up with something called an implied link. Implied link is much like a co-citation. So the point I'm trying to make here, giving you this patent here, and you can read about implied links in the Panda patent, I'm sure you already have, but feel free to go ahead and have a look here. And I'm sure this hasn't been updated, but they've built on top of these patents and the way they analyze and the way they do things. And I'm pointing this out because at a certain point of your SEO campaigns, Whether you're building backlinks, citations, press releases, if you're building links, at a certain point, you just want to keep adding links to the pile. More importantly, you want to be adding implied links or co-citation. Just the simple fact of having a mass amount of websites repeating your name, address, phone number, an implied link, a co-citation consistently and persistently across the web. Then you add it to data aggregation. Regardless of where this comes from, it cannot hurt. It only helps. And in most cases, these links are considered no follow. These links a lot of times won't even have a URL. It'll just be name, address, phone number. So the next time you get a package and it contains, if you're in the US, it has Indonesian or German or Brazil or India or different types of citations built within the package, don't look at this as a bad thing. Look at this as a good thing. This is a better way, a cheaper way, an added way to get out your name, address, phone number. On top of that, have a great read regarding implied links, co-citation building, brand mentions. Having these instances, digital references on the web at scale is only a plus, never a negative for your business. Now, I wouldn't just only rely on this for powering your website, but it certainly won't hinder it. My name's Chris Palmer. If you have any future questions related to foreign SEO, local SEO citations, or anything local search engine optimization related, feel free to go ahead and ask in the section below. And I always look forward to seeing you in the next foreign SEO local citation building video. I'll see you in the next one. In today's Google Maps citation video, I want to share with you the right way to do Google Maps citations, the wrong way of Google Maps citations, and how I know what's right and wrong. And also, I want to share with you how business owners are getting these two things confused. So my name is Chris Palmer. Let's not waste any time. Let's get directly into the information. So first and foremost, there's a massive difference between Google Maps citations and citations for Google, all right? Now, here's a list here, top 50 citations in the United States. These are your regular citations for your business, okay? So that's one thing. Now, your My Maps or Google Maps citations are these particular types of citations that are created utilizing My Maps. Now, as you can see, there are hundreds and thousands of customers, business owners just like you, buying these services, and you're actually doing yourself a disservice. There's a reason why the cost is so low, because there's automated tools to create these massive circles like this, and the value is not in having the depth, all right? As you can see here, I went in here and just did this really fast for this video. You make your original step, you make your original My Map, okay? This is a Google Maps citation. You then create layers, much like I did here. So let's zoom into here. I want to share this with you really briefly here. You then create the layers, okay? Now, as I create more pins, look at, there's 1, 2, 3 layers, you're going down. This is how they're making that circular effect. They're creating depth and relevance. But how I want to share with you how you know this is wrong, and the value is not creating depth. It's by creating multiple My Maps based on a keyword. And the reason I know that this type of service is wrong, not only do I know from testing that it doesn't push any power, but I also know because Google does not see all of that depth. Google doesn't see how many of these you put in. They're only counting the one for one keyword. So the power isn't creating depth. The power is by creating one on a variation or a primary keyword. Let me give you an example. If I'm searching for whatever I'm searching for, let's just say it's Duke. Duke lost and found locations, okay? And then I'll just to make it faster, I'll put My Maps in there. Now, as you can see here, when it gets listed inside of Google, when Google indexes it, they index it and give credit based on one keyword. And it's not just any willy-nilly keyword, it's the one that you made the actual map on. As you can see here, Duke lost and found locations. Look at all this depth that they added. None of this is accredited. It's based off the main map title and what you made that map on, okay? Let me give you another example. If we were to go to 50 states backpacking project. Let's just take a look at this. 50 states backpacking project. I'm going to do Control F. Google Maps. Oh, let's type that in here. Okay, let's just take a look here. So again, 50 states backpacking project. When I go over to it, there's depth here. It talks about it in other states, but it's only giving credit based on the actual title. So let's break these down. How do I know that making them not very big depth, making them large, like making one large, is wrong? How do I know that's wrong? Because Google only indexes it on one keyword that's inside of the title. All right, so in creating these very large, highly in-depth for $5, the value is only based on the one keyword that you put up here for the name of the map. It's 50 States Backpacking Project. Whatever the title of the main map, that's how you're getting the credit. And how do I know this? Because when you go on Google, you're only getting credit for the keyword that's in the main map. Aside from this, when business owners are getting it misinterpreting the Google Maps, just like here, if you take a look at this, I did Google Maps citations. You have all these types, but then you'll have somebody, and I don't know who this is, but it looks like they're doing a good job. They have 1,200 live Google Maps citations. If you read inside of here, you can see that they're actually doing 200 actual citations, not the pins. All right? So the meaning of this video is Google Maps citations. What's the right way to do them? What's the wrong way to do them? How do I know? And how are customers interpreting it wrongly? That's what I've covered in today's video. I hope that this helps you out. If you're going to do the My Maps citations, the Google My Maps citations, create one. Don't go after big, broad keywords. Go after your long tail keywords. These My Maps get indexed. These My Maps pass power. These My Maps are still relevant in 2021, but it's only based off of one keyword. Don't just put SEO in here and think you're going to get it to rank. But if you do a long tail phrase keyword that only has 10 volume, the chances of you getting it in there are pretty high. My name's Chris Palmer. If you have any other questions related to Google Maps, Google Maps citations, Google citations, or just citations, anything, feel free, go ahead, ask me in the comments, and I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google Maps citations video. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business categories list video, what I want to go ahead and share with you is, yes, the complimentary list you can go and get free of 4,055 categories, but more importantly, I'm going to walk through these categories one by one with you right now, and I'm going to cover a couple of things. What I'm going to cover is going to be what are the easiest for instant verification. 2, which ones are going to be the hardest? Which ones are spammed to absolute oblivion? I'm also going to go through how hard they are. Are they medium? Have I worked with them before? Is it easy to rank? Is it hard to rank? Can I get instant verification? Is it good for lead gen? Is there money there? Right? All the things that matter. I'm going to walk through this, make it fun, but at the end of the day, what I want to give you is this complete list. Also give you some insight if you're deciding to move into the Google My Business space. You know, what are you looking for? What's hard? What's not? So let's not waste time. Let's get right into it. So the very first thing is this. You can go to seo.chrispalmermarketing.com/Google My Business categories list, or come right over to the website. Go to my seo.chrispalmermarketing.com. Go to giveaway, and then look for the photo right here and get your list. Now, let's start going through this list. Now, the first thing that I want to point out, all right, is this. The more the obscurity, all right, this will be tip 1 weaved into this video. The more the obscure the particular niche is, the category is, the easier it will be for your instant verifications. Yes, you can go ahead and verify in a less spammy category And yes, you could change it, but the chances of triggering a re-verification are very high. So what you can tend to do is you can verify within a particular category and then make it your second category. Then after a long period of time, 60, 90 days, then once you build up some more trust and your spam score goes down, what you'll start to realize is that maybe you could make some other prominent changes to NAP/category details. So that's tip number one, is depending on the category is going to greatly impact your ability to go ahead and do text verification or instant verification. All right. Tip number two, I just mentioned this. So it's spam score, depending on your niche. All right. So as we go through this list here, I'm going to point out, is it hard? Is it easy? Is it good for rank and rent? Is it good for lead generation? Have I worked in it before? Was it easy? Was it hard? Right. I'm going to go through what I've done, what I haven't, and try to give as much insight as possible here. But what I really want to say is this, the more the obscure, the easier it is for verification. Also, spam score greatly impacts your ability to get instant verification. So spam score is going to be determined by, hey, what's the Gmail account? What kind of account are you using? What's the category? What's the phone number attached? What's the website that's attached? There's a magnitude of processes that are happening. If you come over here, I'll point this out to you. I'll give you another helpful tip. I know this isn't a verification video, but hey, let me give you what I can here. If you take a look at any business, right? So come on over here and do, let's just say plumber. Okay, so plumber, New York. All right. So let's just utilize this as a tip. If you come inside of here, what you're going to see is this. So once you come inside, or I'm sorry, you're going to do Google My Business, sign up. Okay. And I'm not going to give it to you on a silver platter, but what you can find out is you can see a lot of these checks. So watch this. So as you come inside of here, we'll get started. You come into your categories, but if you take a look here and you go in here to inspect and you come up here to your sources, all right? Inside of your sources, if you take a look inside of here, oh, let's make sure we do one here. If you come inside of here, what you're going to see is some of the scripts that are being ran. All right, let me just find the one that you're looking for. There's some very particular and very interesting verification processes that are happening. All right. So what I would do is I would take your time and take a look at some of these verification processes because if you read through the code, what you'll see is there's some companies and some URLs that are attached. Once you can see those companies, then you can do further investigation to figure out, well, what were they working on? What are they checking? As a massive tip for you, they are checking the site that's connected. All right. But if you take a look through here, what you'll find is they have a verification. All right. I'm not going to waste too much more time on this, but have your look through the code. Take a look at the verification inside of here, and what you will find will be very interesting. What's attached, the URLs that it goes to, who wrote the scripts, who wrote the code, what other stuff have they done, what are they looking at, more importantly. But let's get back on track here. So that's another helpful tip to you. So that's a tip number 2 mixed into this video. 3 is that spam score. There is a spam score. It all starts with NAP. What's the phone number? What's the Gmail account or the account that you're setting up? What's the industry? What's the niche? What's the category? What other categories are you doing? Where is it located? What other businesses are there? Is there any other businesses there? Do you have any other accounts under this particular account? Categories are massive in this, but spam score is what holds them all in the container. All right. I think it's a checkbox. It's a service verification process. All right. Let's keep moving on. So with all that said, let's start going through here. I won't go through all 4,055 categories, but what I will do for you is I'm going to start from the very bottom and we're going to go through here briefly. All right. Ones that I've worked in, ones that I know are hard. So yoga studios I've done in the past, I'd say that's about a medium level. All right. Yoga instructors, same thing, medium. They're not ultra spammed out, but you will run into some trouble depending on where you're going. I've done yachts, right? I've done yacht companies in the Hamptons, amongst other places. it's not the easiest niche. Let's keep going here. Wine, woman's store. So treatment, Wi-Fi spots. Oh, Wi-Fi spots were great. Do you remember for getting a whole bunch of citations? If you give availability for citations, or if you give availability for Wi-Fi, you can sign up at a whole boatload of websites to get citations. I learned this from a guy. I forget his name off the top of my head, but I thought it was really clever. I did it back probably 4 years ago by now. But it was a really cool little tactic. But in any case, Wi-Fi hotspots are really interesting. It's always a good addition to add to a GMB is what I'm getting at. It opens you up to a whole plethora of citations and stuff. It's really neat. So in any case, just wanted to point that out. I'm just going through the list here. Wheelchair stores. I have done beds and things in that type of industry. I don't want to make this too long. My main objective was to cover some tips, point out some spammy niches, ones maybe I'd steer away from, maybe also talk about spam score, the categories. I just wanted to give as much information as I possibly could here. But let's keep going through here. Car dealers, you will find trouble. There's little variables. There's different types of cars. If you're a car dealer and you specialize in one type, it's definitely better to niche down as your primary category. You'll have a lot easier success with not only ranking, but also verification. All right. So I've had some, because if you come up here to the top, what you'll see, or if you just come through here like ABC, I don't know if Chevy has one, I forget, like say Chevy or Ford dealer. But let's keep going through here. I don't want to make this video too long. My objective was to give the list, give as much information as possible. I want to look for the worst niches that I've been in. Divorce lawyer, that's very hard. I've worked in that niche. That's very difficult. Coming down the list, doctor, Dodge dealer. See here's Dodge. So that's one instance for you car dealers out there. Niche it down. Make your primary niche down. Pick a car, whatever's the best. Go for that. You'll have so much better success ranking. Dude, trust me on this. All right, keep going on this. Dog breeder, dog cafe, dog walker, dog trainer. Never did anything in that particular industry. Oh, donut shop. I did one in Luzerne, Pennsylvania. Worked with them. It was super easy. I walked right through that. Super easy. They've been in business forever. It was not hard at all. Drugstores, same exact thing. So here we go, contractors. So these contractor types and these abbreviations, right? So general contractor and contracting is definitely a lead generation. You will run into more trouble. The broader you go, not only the higher the competition, but the higher the spam score. So again, this goes with drywall contractor. It's a specific type of contractor. It's still considered a spammy type niche. However, I think that you'll have a lot better success ranking and also verifying. All right, so we'll just keep going down the list here. I'll just point out a couple more, but again, you can look at the list. You can make your decisions. This is another massive point that I want to give you. Niche down. Niche it down. If you're in a big primary that you know is spammy, you can niche it down. You can find a lot easier success ranking, staying ranked, less competition, and the spam score is way lower. You might even get lucky verifying. So I'm not going to spend any more time. I wanted to give those tips about spam score, niching down. I also wanted to give the tips on as far as, hey, here's the list. Here's where you can go and get it. Places I've worked in, things that I've done. I just wanted to give as much value as possible. My name's Chris Palmer. If you want the list, you know where it's at. It's at SEO Chris Palmer Marketing. It's on the giveaway page. If you have any questions about this video, any other video, if there's anything that I can help you with, ask in the section below. And I look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business categories video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there. My name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business CID URL link video, I want to go ahead and shed some light on the CID and Maps URL machine code link building. I want to shed some light on this. I want to give you the answers that will help your business. And first and foremost, I want to thank you, Jim, for asking this question. If anyone else has questions that you want me to make a video on, ask them below. But Jim says, Chris, and this is a question I get so much, and I need I need to clarify this because it's very important. You'll have people out there that are hurting themselves potentially by sending massive amounts of links to these particular URLs. So Jim says, Chris, when you're trying to rank your GMB higher, do you link to the Google Maps URL, the CID URL, or both? And this is a great question. You know, I'll see videos or I'll see content or, you know, new SEOs coming out with content and they're talking about building links to these properties, but by building, first and foremost, by building massive amounts of links to these particular URLs, this will hinder your performance. It's unnatural to be building massive amounts of links to these particular properties. I want you to think to yourself, Google gives you share links, Google gives you maps links, Google gives you also share links. Now, if you're thinking about how to get a boost for your listing and where I think the misconception comes in is that more is not better. Just like with your link building, if I'm going to create either a machine code string or utilize a CID link or utilize a MREID link or maybe a combination of both, and for anyone out there that's curious about what a CID is, this is a customer identification number, all right? A customer identification number can be found utilizing a plethora of different tools. I've showcased plepper.com on my channel before. I'm not affiliated. It's just a site where you can find your CID quite easily. It will take the hex code and get it for you. The machine readable entity ID, I've shown you how to get that out of your listing, so you can check my other videos for that. So just to clarify what it is if you're curious. So first, right off the bat, do not build massive amounts of links. The second thing is where I think the misconception and where I want to shed the light to is on this point here. You know, it's not that you want to build a massive amount of links to these particular URLs. What we need to be concentrating on is utilizing multiple types of share links, the multiple amounts of links that can be generated from our Google My Business, Google Maps listings, and putting them into authoritative places. Much like when you're building backlinks to your website, more is not better. Lower amounts on highly relevant, or more importantly, highly topical, high authority websites. Create your CID link. Create your CID plus machinable readable entity ID link. Combine those. Your get directions link. All of these different types of links, by placing them on authoritative domains and driving traffic through them to your properties, this is where the edge is. It's not that building, if I have my GMB property, all right, so I have my GMB. I want to put this onto perhaps maybe a Facebook page. Okay, so maybe Facebook, maybe Reddit, okay? Natural places where I can generate traffic. If I can push traffic through these links, then I can get a boost, regardless of how you're doing this. It's not that the actual link, the building, the act of building the backlink and doing that at scale is helpful. It's not. It's where can I strategically place these URLs and all different types, not just the CID, not just the maps, not just the shortcode, but any variation of. How many types of links can I put out into the world that are on authoritative sources that I can push traffic through and show interest to my business and that I care about that listing? If I can show importance to my listing and I can generate referral traffic from authority sources onto my property, then, to answer your question, Jim, then I can get a boost. So focus on high authoritative domains that are ideally most relevant and focus on getting traffic from those URLs through to your listing. Do not focus on, purchasing or buying or creating massive amounts of links. Backlinks are a demotion for the listing, not a promotion. But by simply utilizing 1, 2, 3, one of each type in different strategic places, high authoritative domains that are topically relevant to your cause, to your business, and then sending traffic through there to your listing, and then they're clicking through, maybe doing a call, maybe visiting the website then. That is how you get yourself a boost. So my name is Chris Palmer. If you have any future questions related to Google My Business, Google My Business CID, customer identification numbers, if you want me to clarify anything else about GMB or Google Maps, feel free, go ahead and ask in the section below. And I always look forward to seeing you in the next Google My Business CID URL link video. Have a wonderful day. Hello there, my name is Chris Palmer. In today's Google My Business SEO video, I want to share with you on how you can start getting more enhancements inside of Google Maps. Now, what I mean by enhancements is generally Google shows two separate types of enhancements. One is what I'm showcasing here is the review enhancement, where Google is pulling out reviews and information